show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to your Sunday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 Rumble channel, the YouTube channel, and X. Along with Baron Orman Tagge, I am your host, Mike, and this afternoon we have a few articles that we are going to be talking about. Of course, one of them being about Colin Farrell and his thoughts on Sergeant Rock. We're also going to talk about Peacemaker finally getting on the Nielsen charts. And at some point, once it's updated, we will talk about the weekend box office. But before we do any of that and talk about any other articles, Baron, how are you doing?
I'm coming in hot today. I really, really am. There's just no doubt about it. So I'm going to warn everybody. I'm a little on edge. I'm at the brink. I'm really, the wife ate all the Oreos. And then she said, "You don't like Oreos." I said, "What do you mean I don't like Oreos?" "You said you don't like Oreos." "I have never said I don't like Oreos." She said, "Well, you said you preferred the chocolate chip cookies, those chocolate." Yeah, I said, I like those cookies. I said, I just don't like the chewy ones. She said, "I know that." And it's like, I've eaten them in front of you. Well, yeah, just because you're eating doesn't mean you like them. Okay. I'm on the brink. We had a big fight this morning. It was a huge fight. The dogs were barking and everything.
Yeah, but which dog was the referee during the fight?
None of them. Nobody's what referee? But I think Honey took my side. She claims Honey took her side. I think she was the one that was barking at the long suffering more than me. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just, you think someone would know you by now after 14 or so years being together, and that they would know. It's like, you never mess around with Oreos.
No, I had to face that lesson growing up. My dad's favorite cookies were Oreos. Yeah. There was a time, and it happened more than once, where I had the last few Oreos. And he wasn't happy. He was not happy with me at all.
I love the mint ones. Oh, when they bring out those mint ones.
Mm-hmm.
What about the mint ones? Well, of course you would like those. They're mint. Well,
There's like bang, zoom
To the moon
to
with
the
you.
moon.
Yeah. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Go to the happy place. No, she ate all the happy place. Ah.
Well, I mean, come on, man. Oreo cookies are good, man.
Oh, they certainly are. Now, do you take them apart and then eat them, or do you keep them whole?
It depends on my mood when I'm having them.
Ah, okay. I see.
Sometimes I'll submerge them in milk.
Oh, yeah. When you got
Other
milk,
times
boom.
I'll twist them off and lick the cream inside.
Phrasing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know somebody's gonna take that completely out of context. They're gonna be snickering like a
Oh,
teenager.
someone probably timestamped that one, right?
Probably. Go ahead, have your fun. Have your fun. Go
Yeah.
ahead. But yeah,
Mhm.
I will. I'll sometimes
Yeah.
have my Oreos with milk, and I'll
Yeah.
submerge them.
Oh, yeah. I like doing that with the Chippeways too. You know,
Oh, me too.
and vanilla wafers. You got to do that with vanilla
Oh,
wafers.
vanilla wafers with banana pudding, man.
Oh, well, even better. They have like uh, kind of like a vanilla wafer crust. And you can make a banana cream pie in there. And when I
Oh
do
yeah,
do that,
I've had one before, so
yeah,
I
what I
know
like to
what you
do is
mean.
what I like to do is put some sliced bananas on the bottom, and then of course pour out pour it all in there, and then put some bananas on the top, maybe a couple of Villanelle wafers, and then let it get set and ready. Then bring the sucker out, a little whipped cream, and that pie is mine. No one's touching it. And one gulp, just like Garfield.
uh,
Speaking,
don't you know what pie you don't put in front of me and leave me alone with it?
what?
Chocolate
Apple.
pudding pie. Don't
Oh
leave
yeah, chocolate cream.
me.
Hmm.
Don't leave it in front of me and leave me alone with it because I will devour that whole
Yeah.
pie.
What about French silk?
Oh,
There we go. Now we're
now we're
talking.
talking. Now we're talking.
Yeah. See, I'll take that
Because
over the chocolate pie, but I'll still take a chocolate pie. Don't get me wrong.
because we used to have a Baker Square when
Hmm.
we lived in California before they shut down,
Yeah.
and that was one of the pies I always liked to get a slice of
Right.
because I always thought it was so good.
Hmm. We had a Baker Square. It's now a bank. It's closed, and then they tore it down and put a bank there. But we got Perkins, so
Yeah.
Perkins and their pies. The only thing I don't like is when they have a banana cream pie, I like to shave like almonds on top. It's like, no, just keep that stuff off. Keep it as pure as possible. No almonds.
Give me the banana cream
Hmm.
and just that. Okay,
There
not
we go.
no extras.
And I'm a hat. Hmm. Walk out with a banana cream pie, a French silk pie. Yeah, I mean, there you go. You're living the life. And speaking of bananas, I've been eating bananas, at least two bananas a day because, the wife says you need potassium plus, of course, banana ball, and their mascot is potassium, something potassium, um, because he's a big banana. So I like to do that, and I found out that Mouse goes absolutely bonkers. He wants some bananas too, so I have to rip little pieces off so he can eat them up.
Mhm.
So it's like, you little glutton. He's a weird cat. Doesn't like cat treats, but he likes blueberry donuts or muffins, and he likes bananas.
Yeah,
He once
we
tore into a box of. He and his when Bobo was alive, his brother, uh, they tore into a box of blueberry donuts, and we came home, and there were a couple of fat sassy cats. It's like, you guys.
we had a cat who not only liked blueberry donuts, but she also liked the plain donuts. Didn't matter
Oh
what
yeah.
brand they were. She loved the plain donuts, so we would give her
Hmm.
a small little piece.
Yeah. That's yeah. Mouse will eat other stuff, but other donuts if need be. No chocolate though. No chocolate. Always gotta tell him, nope, not this time, buddy.
Yeah, my mom used to make this dish in the oven. She called it Mrs. Twiggs, but it was essentially a lasagna. And
Ooh.
we had a cat who was my sister's cat, and he got a hold of a little bit of it one day, and he went to town. It's like, okay, we know what Misha likes.
Yeah. Did you change the name to Garfield?
No. I mean, it was funny with him too. My mom would make baked chicken, and it was a simple recipe. Just bake the chicken at 400 for an hour, hour and a half, because she would change the temperature sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And a little salt, little pepper, and some lemon. Like I said, real simple.
Yeah.
But every time she would make it, Misha would go crazy. He'd be meowing, and it's like, okay, we know what he wants. And he loved it when we left a little bit of gravy on the chicken too. And
oh yeah. Then there was a day that Misha couldn't wait no longer and jumped into the oven as the door was open to try to get
no.
Then you invited then you invited your Asian neighbors next over.
Wow, Baron.
Whoa! A racist would say.
Baron Orman Tagge would say. No. He was a good cat. Tough cat. He would get into a lot of fights. But he was a good cat. Yeah. Oh, I mean, other cats would come on his territory, and he would be like, "Hey, this is my territory. Get out of here."
Yeah, I know. It's like, this is my land. Get out.
I didn't invite you here. So what else has been going on at Tag Cottage?
Yeah. Other than the fact I got the other bedroom ready for myself. Yeah. Orioles are a serious thing, folks. Not much, really. It's been kind of peaceful and whatnot. Sandy's excited to start her new job on Tuesday. I was almost said tomorrow, but it's on Tuesday. So I'm sure I'll hear all about that when she comes home. I'm looking forward to it, actually. So I'm excited for her, and I think she's going to do well, because it's much in the line that she was doing before. I mean, she's left the healthcare industry completely. I don't know if she's keeping up with her licensing or whatever, whatever they put out there to make sure that you're up to date as a farm tech. But I have a feeling she's not, because I don't think she's going to go back to that industry again. So,
I mean, you can't blame her either, after so many years of being in that industry and seeing how it goes. And
yeah, I mean, she loved it. She loved that industry, but there just comes a time that's like, no, let's forget it. Getting the job was out of desperation, and it turned out to be a good one.
Mm-hmm. No, I do want to. Go ahead.
One that she did well.
Nice. No, I do want to let all channel members who may be lurking and listening during this time over on the YouTube channel know that there is the StreamYard link. It's over in the post section of the YouTube channel. So if you want to join Baron and I this afternoon and discuss these following articles, you're more than welcome to do so. And one of the first ones we will be talking about this afternoon is from Bounding into Comics. It's by JB Augustine. And that one says that Colin Farrell really liked the script for Sergeant Rock and wanted to make the film. Our next article that we'll talk about during this afternoon's show is by Jory Parr of Geek Tyrant, and it says the Legend of Zelda movie is officially filming in New Zealand, and they have story details. Then we'll move on to Matt McGloin and Cosmic Book News, where it says Peacemaker finally charts on Nielsen, and it is in the gutter. And then we'll move on to two Mass Effect stories, one about the next game coming out, and the article is from WCCF Tech, and it's by Francesco De Mayo, and it says, next Mass Effect game continues to be in development amidst new features to build and romances to figure out. And then we'll talk about the live action series that's in development at Amazon from an article by Spencer Bercouli that says it will not retread original trilogy, instead tell a brand new story within the universe's timeline. And at some point when it's up, we will take a look at the weekend box office for this past weekend. Who knows, Darren? Maybe Cat Video Fest 2025 will still be on the charts.
I'm rooting for it. I forgot I had
Me
my
too.
microphone off. I ruined a perfectly good line I had when you said about the Zelda. I was going to say, it's ma'am. So, yeah, well, that's my loss.
Bear. But if everybody is ready, I will go ahead and bring up the first article. All right, as previously mentioned, this is from Bound in the Comics. It's by JB Augustine, and it was posted on Friday. Well, let me get that link out there. And it's good to see Low Spec Linux Gaming. I hope you're doing well over on the Rumble side there, brother. It's good to see you this afternoon or this morning, depending on where you're at. So now that I have everything posted where it needs to be posted, let's go ahead and read this article. And this article says, it is believed Sergeant Rock was canceled because of script issues, but most who say that are taking James Gunn's word, something you should never do, which is known for being inconsistent at face value. The reality may be that the project's problems are a matter of perspective. It says the Batman actor, Colin Farrell, is contradicting Gunn by speaking up for Sergeant Rock's script. Farrell praised it in a recent sit-down with Josh Horowitz on Happy, Sad, Confused podcast, where he shared his excitement about the production leading up to the limbo that even he is in the dark about. God, that was a fantastic script. I wonder what's happening with it, he revealed. Sergeant Rock was written by Challenger screenwriter Justin Kurtzkit. I don't know however you say his last name. And it was going to be directed by his frequent collaborator, Luca Guadagnino. Probably said that wrong. And it says Farrell had encouraging conversations with the latter before DC Studios decided to pull the plug.
I did it again. I had my microphone off.
There.
I was going, my name is Luca. I live up on the. Sorry. I think you turned the mic off to make because you knew I was going to do that.
I haven't touched you. In StreamYards. I'm paying attention to scrolling through the article, reading the article. I haven't even touched your side of things.
Help. Stranger danger.
False accusations, Baron Orman Tagge.
Fake news.
Yep. All right. So it says, I know nothing about it, brother. I was going to do it with Luca. We spoke about it a couple of times and had some really nice chats. I have no idea where it is now, but it should be made. It's really, really good. There's some wonderful stuff in it, Farrell explained via Geek Tyrant, which we'll read the Zelda article from them later. Reportedly said during World War II and featuring Sergeant forces in Easy Company, Most synopses shared by the trade say much the same. The story would have followed an Indiana Jones or Mummy template with Rock and Company going on a mission to retrieve an artifact, treasure, or a magical MacGuffin.
Mm.
It says that sounds an awful lot like the plot of Wonder Woman 1984 and Black Adam, as well as the rest of the last phase of DCEU movies. Gunn may have considered the similarities, not wanting to go back to that disastrous, repetitive formula. But it might also be the case that the script simply didn't meet his standards. What standards does he have?
Yeah, Romeo and Juliet.
Uh, Not too long ago, there were rumblings that Gunn wants one unifying vision for the DCU that fits his polarizing one note sensibilities. Allegedly, his demands are so in transit that he is driving filmmakers to work on other things. So I could see why. He doesn't know what he wants to do. We've seen that already.
Yeah, he
This is
contradicts himself in
possibly
his own statements at the
Mhm.
same time.
This is possibly why James Mangold signed a huge deal with Paramount and put Swamp Thing on the back burner. Well, people want to know that if this project is going to be done, that it's going to be done within a reasonable amount of time with assurance that the script is going to be solid. That's what I would think.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And it says Luca moved on to other things too, rather abruptly, without addressing his status with Sergeant Rock, which he may have given up on entirely. Again, you can't blame these directors and these other
No.
producers for saying, I need to move on to something else if this thing isn't even going to get off the ground because you can't decide what you want to do. And you're
Right.
supposed to be the studio head for this side of things.
Yeah.
It says shooting was taken off the schedule and put on hold indefinitely. So DC Studios probably has as well. Yeah. But, it just makes me wonder. Yes, we would have gotten that magical MacGuffin type of storyline, but if Colin Farrell liked the script, it just makes me wonder, okay, what was in the script that he liked so much that he still thinks that the project should go forward?
Right.
I'm not saying it's going to be great. I just would like to know out of my
Right.
own morbid curiosity.
Well, we just gotta go to that parallel universe one where that movie was made. But I mean, let's be just honest about it. It was taking thunder away from James Gunn. What if this movie was actually very good and it overshadowed his stuff? I mean, he is a very insecure man. We know that. I mean, he's talking about the those tropes at the end of DC. Well, what are you doing? You're introducing your own crap
Mhm.
over and over and over again. And no one, it might have worked for Marvel, but people don't really want it in DC. Your projects, aren't doing well, despite what anybody says. Superman was a lead balloon. It didn't
Well,
do what it was supposed to do.
even the formula that once worked for Marvel isn't working anymore.
Right,
We've seen it with the box office numbers. I mean, the most recent example is Fantastic Four First Steps.
right,
It only made 500 and some odd million.
yeah,
When
and it
Marvel
looks so
movies
beautiful.
before would make over $1 billion.
Hmm. That which they were hoping for. They were hoping the same thing with Super Dud.
Hmm. Which I know you're going to kick me, but I just want to remind people that we are going to be watching Superman 2025 next Sunday, along with
Hmm.
Superman 1978.
Actually, I am intrigued to see the full Super Dud 2025 because I saw quite a bit of scenes
Mhm.
off of that. I mean, long ones, not just little blurps. I was not impressed. So let's see it all in context now.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
that will
know,
soften my attitude.
and I know because of that, because you've seen some clips that, like you said, weren't in context to what was going on in the movie. You know,
Hmm.
you have your reservations. I know Cash has actually seen Superman 2025. I haven't seen Superman 2025.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what our different takes are going to be on it.
Hmm. Oh, I mean, Cash liked it so much. He has watched it about 8 times now. So uh, where's this Superman Underwood while he's doing that?
Now, Superman 78, yeah, I've seen that movie
Oh.
so many times. I love the movie. I mean, I've loved the movie since I was a kid, just like Back to the Future. I've loved that movie since I was a kid.
Hmm. Well,
Some
that's
movies,
mm,
you know, you watch them as a kid, you enjoy them, you get older, and you just don't have the same love for them because you've
mhm.
outgrown them. But with those two movies in particular, Superman 78 and Back to the Future, they're not to make any kind of pun out of this, but they're timeless.
Yeah, well, that's not a pun. I mean, oh, I realize with Back to the Future. Sorry. Um, but yeah, they are. I mean, these are masterpieces, and they're masterpieces that are being ignored.
Although Back
Mm.
to the Future did make 4 million in its
Mhm.
first week of a re-release
Yeah,
last week, so it'll be interesting to see what it's done in the weekend totals.
hmm making parallel universes.
Hmm. But any other thoughts on Colin Farrell really liking the script for Sergeant Rock?
Well, yeah, I mean, if he was that impressed with it, wanted to go with it. I know that they were basically greenlit to do the movie, and whatnot. And then, James Gunn started to do his insecure little pussy boy stuff. Um, I would like to. I've never really read Sergeant Rock, uh, uh, in the day. I mean, I really haven't read any Sergeant Rock, so to speak. When I went to like war comics, it was like the Nam or Semper Fi. I think the name of the one was, yeah, about the
Mhm.
Marines in Vietnam, stuff like that. But I'm really intrigued to see what it'd be all about, and maybe it would make me want to read more. No, go and start reading some Sergeant Rock. But yeah, well, good job there, Jimmy. Good job, Jimmy Gunny. Um, that ain't gonna happen now. You just screwed over probably introducing a bunch of people to a great character, even though it wasn't one of your jobs. Again, this is all his ego. This is
Mhm.
all his ego. Anything that's going on there with DC is his ego. It's got to go through his warped, demented mind and delusions. And I'm going to say it. I think the man is unstable. I mean, he really is. I mean, if he can't, if he keeps contradicting himself all the time like he does, and blatantly lying, uh, as in this case, I mean, the thing was going to go, and he just goes, no, the script was done. They were in their third draft of the script, which basically is go time. And it's like, no. I mean, if you gotten that far, I think the problem was is he knew he couldn't erase the name of the original writer or even add his name to it. Erase that name, put my name on it, or tab, Luca and Jimmy. It's like I know. I'll put a line in there, a silly, stupid gag line, and there we go. And now I'm contributed. I could be a writer on it.
I mean, I'll admit I don't know anything about the character of Sergeant Rock. I'm not familiar with the character at all, but I would have been
Yeah,
curious to see it.
yeah. Oh yeah. It probably had my attention more than a lot of these other ones that's been being forced down our throats, and we clearly ignore.
Mhm. Well, it's just like, how we would like to see this actually come to fruition. But honestly, there's a part of me that would like to see how bad was that Batgirl movie.
I was just gonna say it. I mean, that film was almost completely done. Just finish it and put it on the streaming service. I can understand. Don't put it out in the theaters. That'll be probably just the worst thing you could do. But you probably get more viewers on the streaming and more interest.
Mhm.
And yeah,
Put it
I
on
think that'd
streaming,
be
make it available to rent.
right. Exactly. And you'll have more response with that one. I think it's a shame. I mean, I think it would be so. I'm to the point of believing maybe it was so bad it's good. And and then having Michael Keaton making an appearance in there as Batman. I mean, but when you're watching her run, it's like, oh my god, this is going to be good.
Yep.
And the MST3K version of good. I wanted to be so bad it's good. That cult movie status where you kind of laugh at it.
Well, yeah,
Kinda
like Toxic Avenger. it's so bad it's good.
Oh yeah. Right.
More so than part 2, but
Yeah. They kind of jumped the shark a little bit on that one, but it was still funny. But yeah, it's oh god. Oh god, you could probably rip that apart like MST3K when that Batgirl.
Mhm.
In fact, I'm sure the boys would try to be able to do that with their riff tracks.
Well, don't be surprised if next Sunday when we're watching Superman 2025, I start doing that.
Well, I
If
was gonna
the
say,
movie starts losing me, don't
too
be
bad you can't
surprised, everybody.
well, that's where you need to put like the little cutouts on the bottom of the screen as we're watching it. So give that flavor because I know we'll be ripping it apart. I know there's going to be things we're going to be ripping it apart with. So I want to be Crow. Oh, maybe Tom Servo. I'm more built like Tom Servo. Cash is more like Crow.
I was gonna say you're more like Tom Servo, Cassius Crow.
Yeah. And of course, we'll call you Mike Robinson. Mike Robinson, or what was well, no, that's Nelson was they didn't go out of their way for anything with Mike Nelson, but yeah, it's in the stream of a StreamYard of love. Movie sign.
Yay! But any final word before we do move on?
No, F you, James Gunn. There.
That works for me.
Yeah.
So here we go on to our next article.
Oh, sorry. I was kind of going along with that.
You were grooving to the music. You were grooving to the music.
Catchy.
Well, that's what I thought when I
You
was
found
looking
your-
for transition music. It's like I want something that's catchy. I want something that's
totally-
glum and ho hum. I want something that's catchy. It's like moving on to the next article. Moving on to the next article.
I'm moving on up to the next article.
All right, so this comes from Jory Parr of Geek Tyrant, and it says the Legend of Zelda movie officially begins filming in New Zealand, and we have story details. And it starts off by saying the long-awaited live-action adaptation of The Legend of Zelda has officially started filming, and it's taking place in a location that's already famous for bringing fantasy worlds to life. You shall not pass! New Zealand.
It's ma'am.
The country that gave us Middle Earth. Well, no, Zelda's not going to be played by a man. Zelda's going to be played by a woman.
Oh, okay.
There was someone that people were clamoring for, but that person didn't get the job. So
they went with the automatic instead of the stick shift. Good.
the country that gave us Middle.
Right.
The country that gave us Middle Earth in The Lord of the Rings is now transforming into Hyrule, which feels like a perfect fit for the epic scale this story deserves. According to a new listing from the Film and Television Industry Alliance via IGN, cameras are officially rolling on the project. Up to this point, all we've known is that Wes Ball, director of the Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, is at the helm with Benjamin Evan Ainsworth stepping into the role of Link and Bo Bragason playing Princess Zelda.
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes? Come on, where were the No Kings protests then? There's something you protest. Damn dirty apes.
Now we finally got a brief synopsis teasing what this mysterious adaptation will focus on. The Legend of Zelda follows Link, a young warrior destined to protect the magical kingdom of Hyrule from the forces of darkness. The land is under threat from Ganon, a ruthless warlord who seeks the Triforce, an ancient relic said to grant limitless power. To stop him, Link must embark on a perilous journey, battling monsters, creatures, exploring treacherous dungeons, and solving intricate puzzles to uncover sacred artifacts that can aid him in his quests. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. That's definitely a classic Zelda setup, the kind that feels ripped right out of the Ocarina of Time or Link to the Past. One thing we don't know is if this synopsis is Nintendo approved plot or simply a placeholder description. Why couldn't it be both? Partially a placeholder with some Nintendo input.
There we go.
Still, if this summary holds true, it sounds like the movie will lean into the traditional hero's journey side of the franchise rather than the open world exploration scene in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Well, this is a movie, so they only have so much runtime to explore different plot lines and keep the main plot in focus. I know I'm pointing out the obvious here. The movie set to be released on May 7th, 2027. According to Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator and producer of The Legend of Zelda, the creative team wants to make sure the film lives up to expectations, saying they want to make the live action adaptation as good as it can be. Which, a lot of fans wanted to live up to the expectations of what they've experienced in the games, have elements of the game in the movie, but also not be one of those short-lived box office releases that unfortunately don't do well, and you soon find it able to rent wherever you like to rent your movies from streaming services just a few short weeks later, like Megan.
Yeah. Are in the dollar store pile of DVDs.
Yeah.
Next to the latest Mockbuster.
Yeah, I've been tempted to pick up some of those, but I haven't pulled the trigger.
It's because I have some taste. I mean, it's not completely gone. It's not completely gone. But I do have some humility.
So, as far as I'm concerned, it's good that the movie has actually started filming, and hopefully, the end product meets the expectations of Legend of Zelda fans.
Yeah, I mean, we need that. I hope people have been learning that lesson in Hollywood that we are tired. We are tired of just the same old gin mill preachy crap and actually go out there and make what we want. It's not hard. Really, it's not hard. Fans demand too much. What is what how do we
What's wrong with
demand?
having certain expectations when it comes to a property that we're familiar with to
Yeah.
the level that when they want to adapt it into a movie or a TV show and it falls short, that we voice our opinion. We've seen it happen many times with games that were adapted into movies that didn't live up to expectations. What about the first live action Super Mario Brothers? That
Ah!
didn't live up to anybody's expectations.
Even with the great cats that they had.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then especially when you sit back and bullshit us all, sitting back saying, "Oh, how we're gonna do and keep this in the world, blah blah blah." It doesn't turn out that way. And then they say, "Oh, the fans demanded." No, that's what you promised.
Mhm.
It's like, excuse me, George R. R. Martin, Mr. Floppy Wieners, have you gotten a start on that book that you get pissed off because fans ask about all the time, even though you promised to be, yeah, that would have been out what 20 years ago? I mean,
True.
that is the big reason why. Well, one of the big reasons why I'm not reading his books in that series. I don't want to have this sudden end in nothing. And other than the fact, also it's George R. R. Martin, but that, you know,
Well, yeah, it's like the people who enjoyed Picard, but I wanted
yeah,
something more than memorberries.
right.
Ooh, do you remember the Dominion War? Do you remember the Changelings? Hey, do you remember the saucer section of the Enterprise D being on Viridian 3? Yeah.
Hey, hey, look! For the first time on TV, we have a sovereign class in the TV show, even though it's a model. Oh, okay. Because they're wanting to make sure that the sovereign class was only for the movies. It wanted have its own distinction, you might say. But look what we got here. And we say naughty words. Yay! Look at us.
Look,
We have come such a long way.
we've made Trek
Yay!
edgy when it didn't
Yeah.
need to be edgy.
Well, original Trek was edgy when it had to be. It was edgy
No,
appropriately. It made you uncomfortable.
well, but Baron, what they consider edgy nowadays is
Yeah.
having our characters curse and say
Yeah.
fuck and
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was called
and
cringe. Okay.
and and what they consider edgy nowadays is in the first season of Discovery having a Klingon having sex in an alleyway.
Okay. You know what? That's actually one of the things I never heard, and I'm not happy that I learned about it now. I mean, how about
Sorry to be the one
yeah,
to break it to
sorry,
you, but that's what they
sorry, not
consider
sorry.
edgy.
Yeah, I know. Are putting a Klingon in a pink dress, prancing around.
But what about the scans on Next Generation? Yeah, those were short lived.
Yeah, they should have kept them for the women. That's my opinion. Hi, Lady Miss. By the way, welcome to the mess.
It's good to see Lady Mist, the Guardian of the Void, and her dragons. I hope you're doing well this Sunday, Lady Mist. Always good to see you.
I hear their names are Huey, Louie, and Dewey.
She was there the entire time through the dispatch on Thursday.
Well, I stopped that too because that I've seen all that up to that point. Plus, I had in their show to go to, but I was going to put that in the chat. But I didn't want to be spoiled.
I know that, Baron. I'm just saying that she was there. She watched it all the way through, and she said in the chat on Thursday night, once she realized what kind of game it was, and how the story choices are affected with the overall story itself, she grew to like it, and I like it.
Yeah. Well, I know. Why I left, but our fans out there, the people who are in the chats, our friends, they're sitting back going, "Well, where was Baron? He should have been there supporting him." I was there for half it. Okay, so
yeah,
just wanted to nip that one in the bud.
Yeah, and I gave you a hard time by saying, "What kind of hero are you, Baron? Abandoning me after the third episode? That is not what a hero does. A hero does not abandon his friend."
Who says I'm a hero?
Well, who says that any of the characters that we've met in Dispatch are heroes? They're trying to make them heroes. So
Yeah.
you would be part of SDN,
Oh, hell
a
yeah.
villain that they're trying to turn into a hero.
Yeah, let's see how that working.
Actually, I don't see it working at all.
Yeah, same thing with Cash Money. He'd be great in there. Money bin and everything. Yeah, he's counting his money. The chin's out there, prominent for all to see. Yeah. I'd buy that for $1, you know.
Yeah, it was. And like I said, at the end of Thursday's stream, Lady Mist, and for anybody who might be listening and lurking and who's there on Thursday, after we finish episode 7 and 8 on Thursday, we'll take a look at some of the artwork for the game that's part of the extras and also the comics that are available as part of the extras for the game.
Oh, damn. They need to make that into a series.
Oh, I'd be surprised if they aren't thinking that way. And I'd be shocked if we didn't get a season 2 of the game.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just talking about on TV, but the thing is do we really need that? Because you're participating in.
You're the producer, you're the director. You get to decide. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
do you go with Invisigal?
Mm-hmm.
As far as a relationship is concerned, or do you go with Blonde Blazer?
I'd go with Blonde Blazer, but I don't know the specifics how the story's going, so I can't say.
Do you add Phenomenon to your team after you tell one of them, okay, you're done. You're at the bottom of the leaderboard. You're done.
Mm-hmm.
And you fire them and they get mad at you. Or do you add Waterboy to the team?
Well, I think that'd be a perfect combination with Bombay.
Yeah. And Lady Miss says, I hadn't seen that game before. That's because it came out on October 22nd.
Yeah. They had that demo that was out.
Yeah.
And you tried to play it online, but
I tried to play it and I got disconnected that Sunday when I tried to play it.
But we saw you behind the scenes play Cash and I, and it's like, wow, this is, it was basically the second episode, or some of the second episode. But it was like, oh, that looks good. I mean, oh, this is impressive. And everything else I've seen, I know there's friends of ours that don't like it, but hey, I think this is getting back to basics, especially with the hero's journey. I have to see more, obviously, but what better than a hero that fell, and now he's trying to not only rise up out of those ashes, but to bring those who fell away back into the fold. I mean, and if you can just deliver it right, you have yourself a great redemption story.
Well, that's
which a lot of our superhero comics had.
And that's what the story is turning out to be, a redemption story, not just for your main character of Robert Robertson, but also members of the Z team.
Right. Exactly. And it's like Stripes with a lot more cussing, swearing, and superpowers. Flambe is Francis. Lighten up, Francis. Oh, why did I? God. It's been so long. I'm rusty.
It's been so long since we've had an edition of Pop Talk where we've talked about different articles and.
This would be me to Flambe.
Lighten up, Francis.
Warnos was so good.
He was. But I can't say it enough. I do recommend that anybody who is interested in a choose your own adventure game, you're familiar with Telltale like games or Telltale games in general, pick up Dispatch. You're not going to be disappointed, especially come Wednesday when episodes 7 and 8 come out. I don't think they're going to leave us disappointed at all with those final 2 episodes. I think
some people will be disappointed too.
We're going to be wanting a lot more of this.
I think they're getting. I hope they're getting good feedback. I mean, I haven't fired up. No, I haven't fired up my Steam yet. But See, but I did see about how the response is to the game with the positive. It's like, it's like, wow, these people love this game. And yeah, it's not an action going out. This plays like an indie game, right? Where it's not necessarily we're going out there and blowing stuff up. You have a little bit of that, but again, it's a managerial game. It's also a interaction game.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
make sure you send
it's
out the right team to get the job
Mhm.
done. If you send out the wrong team, then you fail. And it likes to throw some
Yep,
monkey wrenches into the plans when you're trying to do some hacking in the game
yeah.
to get further, because then you have antivirus coming at you, and sometimes you have one coming at you, sometimes you have two coming at you, sometimes you might even have three,
Wow,
and you're timed.
I can't do this.
But Baron, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and give you the next article to read.
Uh,
I'll put it on screen and everything, but this will be
yeah, I
your
know
article
the
to
old
read.
usual stuff. This will be my article. Thank you.
There you go.
Where's Cash when I need him? Where's Cash when I need him? Okay, let me
He's
get
not
this all
here.
ready here, baby. Yeah, Cash not here, man. Yeah, exactly. There we go. There's Cash. So I'm
He's not
ready.
here, but
Mhm.
since you're ready and everyone else is probably saying, okay, come on, next article, Mike. Here you go.
This next article comes from Cosmic Book News. It is byline by Matt McLoin, and it was dateline November 6th, so just about 3 days ago. Headline is Peacemaker finally charts on Nielsen, and it's in the gutter. Why didn't you do that for Superman? Peacemaker has finally made the Nielsen streaming charts, but not in a way James Gunn is likely to celebrate. Peacemaker barely scrapes out on the chart. It took the entire season to release, plus Nielsen counting all available episodes, including season 1, for Peacemaker to show up on the charts. For the week of season 2 finale drop, which was between October 6th and the 12th, Peacemaker landed on Nielsen's original chart in the 10% spot with 398
Number 10
million
spot.
views. Oh, number 10, thank you. I don't know what I said there. My brain went. With 398 million minutes viewed. That's the lowest position on the chart. Oh, that's a pretty sight, isn't it? Monster, the Ed Gein story, which everyone was, going nuts about because it's supposed to be so uh, looks like it's doing good, but Eddie had to have a heart. He's a cult hero or villain, or he's infamous. A week helped Peacemaker slip in. I see what he did there. It also needs to be pointed out, in any other week this season, Peacemaker wouldn't have charted at all. The only reason it made the list is because other shows that week had low viewing minutes. Gen V fell off the charts, leaving an opening at the bottom. Phrasing. Compare this to stronger weeks throughout the year where the number 10 slot easily cleared 400 to 500 million minutes. Under normal conditions, Peacemaker would still be invisible. Follows season 2 declining viewership. The late Nielsen appearance lines up with the viewership problems already reported. Season 2 finale 435,000 households. Season 1 finale 584,000 households. Season 2 premiere finale nearly 40% drop. So from the premiere to the finale was a 40% drop. That was probably from episode 1 to episode 2, if you ask me. And none of the season 2 episodes made it to the Nielsen chart during the respective weeks. Even with the push Gunn tried to create by positioning the season as a sequel, quote unquote, to Superman.
And it's good to see Shane, also known as your Ron, come in. He says Peacemaker was always designed to make fun of the non-LGBT audience. Yes, it was designed to do that, but when you have someone like James Gunn who tells Joh Cena, don't read the source material, we're not going by the source material, you get what you see.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. And it's not just that, too, Shane. It's just all across the board. Anybody who he doesn't agree with him, he's going to go out and he's going to mock and attack and be basically a frothing at the mouth, drool cup, window licking moron. And he is. Gunn already confirmed Gunn already confirmed no season 3. That's not good. James Gunn recently confirmed Peacemaker isn't getting a 3rd season, and the Nielsen numbers won't help the narrative. The show simply didn't maintain interest, even with the multiverse twist and DCU tie-ins meant to build momentum.
Yeah, and let's not forget, he had to get season 2 of Peacemaker out after Superman because of the tie-in. It goes to show, and this is just my opinion, folks, that neither James Gunn, Joh Cena, or even James Gunn's Superman has what it takes to get people to watch one of his shows.
No. It's James Gunn. He's the one. Oh, now you're gonna say that. Now you're gonna say this, Matt McGloin. Okay, fine. With Superman underperforming and Peacemaker struggling. Superman underperforming? That's not what he was saying in that one.
No, that's not what he was saying a couple of weeks ago.
Hey, Matt McGloin, you've just gone full Jimmy Gunn. No, you never go full Jimmy Gunn. I'll start from the beginning.
Not when he was talking about, Superman versus Demon Slayer.
Right.
As far as the box office comparisons were concerned.
Yeah. Demon Slayer kicked its ass. If you take in the world, which we always have back and made the point, this is the world returns, internet, everything returns on that. And yes, the studios do care. Well, of course. I mean, all he's doing is he's bringing in what they did at Marvel to DC, a copy paste, without really knowing a damn thing about DC, because he, as a comic book lover, only read Little Lulu and Baby Huey, maybe some Casper the Friendly Ghost. He didn't even go into the classics like Carl Barks's Donald Duck, Uncle Scrooge, and all that. With Superman underperforming and Peacemaker struggling to find an audience, questions around Gunn's DCU direction continues to grow. Creature Commandos also never charted on Nielsen.
And let's also add that with varying companies wanting to purchase Warner Brothers, who's to say, whoever it is, whether it's Netflix, whether it's Paramount or somebody else, who's to say, and it has been said on other outlets too, that James Gunn is going to be a part of that new future at Warner Brothers DC with the new ownership, whoever it might be.
I would toss them out like you can't believe it. Hey, you know that door? Let me help you out, and I'm not even going to open it.
I can't even answer
You're
this
going through that door.
survey properly, Aaron. Who is the best Star Trek villain? Khan, the Borg Queen, Q, or Gul Dukat?
Well, the Borg Queen is not in any shape the best villain. I'm sorry. Just not. Khan? Okay, there we go. But what about Koloth? What about Kor?
What about Kang?
What about Mud? If you want to call him a villain,
Paramount was sold to Skydance Media, and Skydance Media now wants to buy Warner Brothers. But Warner Brothers, so far as David Zaslav is concerned, has rejected any of their offerings.
Mm-hmm. Now I can see Cole Ducat on there. Q, I mean, I wouldn't call him the greatest villain on there. He was the greatest antagonist. But
He was a good pain in the ass for Picard.
well, basically, his role really was to just push Picard and crew on. I mean, he was more of a. I had in my mind it went out. I was thinking Dos Ex Machina, but he's not. He's not that. But he's. I wouldn't call him villainous. He's just kind of a force, more of a prop to get things going, whatever you want to call that. And like I said, the what out there. I mean, he never really did anything much to the crew except maybe knock them into another part of the galaxy or such. But he never gone in and did harm per se to anybody. In fact, if you look at it, many times he was kind of doing a little bit of a help the hard way, and these are the Borg, they're coming, so you better get ready.
You better be ready, Picard.
Are offering to bring back the Voyager back to the the Delta Quadrant, or not the Delta Quadrant, but the Beta Quadrant,
Alpha Quadrant.
Yeah, Alpha Beta. Well, Earth is on that, split down the middle on that one. So, so I mean, I really wouldn't put that on there, and
Gul Dukat, he's a good villain. He's a political villain. He thinks so highly of himself that he can't see anything else around him.
Yeah, so Khan and Cole Dukat I can see on there. The Borg Queen, no, there's nothing intriguing, nothing great about her. No offense. It was actually more intriguing with Locutus and only being Locutus, Again, like I said, Keith from Pop Culture Minefield, and I kind of have to agree. And some other sources were sitting back saying that really there's no villains in Star Trek. They're just adversaries. But there are some you can really put in there in the category of being villainous. So, Harry Mudd, boom, right there. I mean, I wouldn't call him a villain per se, but he was definitely a nuisance.
Mm-hmm.
Even trying to get into like Next Generation, and the big one was Q all the time. But you started having with the Klingon Civil War. Who was it that got the House of Dukat? Was it Dukat?
The House of Martok.
Martok. Thank you. I hate when I have those. I'm getting old, folks. I need some of that brain stuff they always show on the commercials. But you had that war going on, and you could call him the villain, and eventually, so did Galron. So I mean, what about those characters? I mean, how can you not put Galron on that list, especially with those eyes? That's a piss poor. Matt, what the hell are you doing over there?
Well, I mean, let's face it. When we first got introduced to the Ferengi, the last outpost, they came off as a joke.
Mm-hmm.
No, man.
Mm-hmm. They're so built up. And it wasn't because of their stature. I mean, sometimes the little guys can be the nastiest. But, I mean, like
it just came across so laughingly bad.
Mm-hmm. How they were portrayed. Especially with all the buildup we had to it. We hear, basically Picard insinuating that they ate the last person they negotiated with. So there's just all of this big buildup to the
having them mention and encounter at Farpoint.
Yeah, but we still don't know a damn thing about them at that time. This is their first. Oh my, which is ridiculous. But yeah, I mean they could have been great. They had those neat weapons with the whips,
mm-hmm.
but Yeah, it took. I mean, they were cleaning them up as it went along. They did better with the battle, with having the Ferengi being a little bit more ominous. But it took cleaning up as the show Next Generation went along, and then boom, Quark.
Mm-hmm. Well, once you had Quark on Deep Space Nine, Armin Shimmerman was able to redeem the Ferengi.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Even if the Ferengi are disgusting in Worf's eyes.
Oh, you mean Peter Dinklage? Ding ding, ding 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 ding.
But yeah, James Gunn wasn't the guy for DC, and he's proven that.
Oh, they should have heard all of us. I mean, I made it known I'm not impressed with that choice.
Yeah, you weren't impressed with the choice. I was somewhat optimistic at the time. Just,
you're hoping. Mm-hmm.
Just hoping that maybe between him and Peter Safran, they would find a formula that worked for DC. But it hasn't been working.
No. I'm surprised they didn't introduce Baby Huey in there.
Careful, Baron, they just might.
No,
I think
he's very nervous right now. I think Jimmy Gunn's nervous right now.
Oh, you would think he would be, especially with a sale looming at some point. Whoever the potential buyer is going to be, they're not going to want to keep everybody who's on staff right now. I mean, Paramount's already let people go.
Yeah.
And that's what happens with a buyout. I know there are a lot of people that know this information, but let's reiterate the fact that whenever a new owner comes in and buys a company, they're going to let people go. They're going to change things. I mean, I was reading. Yeah, I know I'm pointing out the obvious, but even reading some comments from WWE fans, they're not happy with the current product right now. They don't like what TKO is doing with the current product. And some of those fans were initially, when the sale happened and there was no Vince McMahon, were excited because they were seeing things that made them excited to watch the product, but now it's waning.
Mm-hmm. It's tired. It's old. It needs to get back to basics.
It does. And who's to say that with our next story, if this particular game franchise will get back to basics?
Ooh. Really?
This comes from WCCF Tech. It is by Francisco de Meo, and it's about Mass Effect. And Mass Effect continues to be in development amid new features to build and romances to figure out.
Isn't that an awesome name, Francisco de Meo?
Yes, so my name is Francisco de Meo. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
I would change my name to that. Get one of those mustaches on my face, and then somewhere walk into a bar. Go, my name is Francisco de Meo. I know how to go south of the border.
As the ladies swoon at your presence.
They would. I can be charming.
And some of the guys too, Baron.
Well, if you're striking out, doubles your chances. At least you got something.
All right, so it says the next entry in the Mass Effect series continues to be in development. BioWare confirmed today during the annual series celebrations. In a new blog post shared on the developer's official website for N7 Day 2025, that was Friday, November N7. See the tie-in.
Oh.
Executive producer Mike Gamble. Yeah. I know it took you all, did it, Baron?
Yeah.
Executive
Very interesting, but stupid.
Well, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Executive producer Mike Gamble provided a
We
brief
are?
update on the game. Yes, Baron. Confirming that it continues to
Yeah,
be
We
well,
really are.
you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
confirming that it continues to be
There we
in
go.
development,
Very
and as EA and BioWare remain committed to telling more stories in the series universe. Following some busy years at the studio, BioWare is now fully dedicated to the development of the next entry in the Mass Effect series and is continuing to explore new features to build and figure out lots of romances. We're excited by what we're building.
strangers in the night, exchanging underwear.
We're excited by what we're building, and we promise you that when we're ready, it'll be a lot of fun to show, Mike Campbell wrote, thanking players for their patience. Besides providing this small update on the next entry in the series, the Mass Effect executive producer also provided an update on the TV show based on the series, which is in works by Amazon, and we will be talking about that just after this article. By Amazon Prime, the show, which will explore a brand new story within the universe's timeline, which I'm hoping that the Valiant Comics article goes into further detail on that, will be set after the original trilogy, and a lot has been figured out about how it fits with the series canon and timeline of the next entry in the series. The next entry in the Mass Effect series was announced on November 7th, 2020, but very little has been said about it over the years, as BioWare was focused on the development of projects such as Dragon Age, The Veilguard. And it goes on to say, as Mass Effect Andromeda ultimately proved to be a disappointing release for many fans in the series, although it got gameplay right, in my opinion. It makes sense for BioWare to take all the time it needs to make this comeback one to remember. And Shane says the fact they think there was not enough romance in Andromeda shows they're on the wrong track.
Mm.
I don't mind romance in a game, but I want that action. I want that adventure in the game too.
Well, I want some of that action in the romance, if you know what I mean. Yeah, see no more, see no more.
Now, let's go ahead and shift on to our next story, which is still related to Mass Effect, even though it is the final story. I didn't select that many because I didn't want to overload us with too many stories that maybe we weren't really that interested in.
Just because Cash is not here.
All right, so this one is from Bounding in the Comics, and it says Mass Effect Amazon series will not retread original trilogy, instead tell a brand new story within the universe's timeline.
Mm-hmm. With blackjack and hookers.
I'm, I bought the remastered version of the original Mass Effect trilogy, which I do plan on streaming at some point.
Good. I
But
want to see how that goes.
yeah, but of
I
course
missed the other one.
I'll sprinkle it in between playing Black Myth Wukong and also Half Life, which I've been working on a couple of schedules, and Half Life is on those schedules slating missed.
I want a full life. I don't want a half life.
So this article
If I
by
had a half
Spencer.
life, I'd be gone now.
Oh, wait a minute. Is your life half full or half empty?
It's just empty.
I stumped him.
No, it's just empty.
All right. But
My life?
this,
You're talking about my life. You didn't say
yeah,
life in general.
I'm talking about your life. You know, you Cookie Monster, Oreo cookie fiend.
See, a lot of my life was sucked out because of that. I mean, my desire to live has greatly dropped. It's like, I'm ready, Lord, take me.
And Lady Mist about Half-Life. The dragons are happy. All right, so this article starts off by saying rather than opening themselves up to Pandora's box of continuity issues and fan expectations inherent to playing around an already established canon, BioWare has announced that rather than trying to play around with Commander Shepard's story, Amazon's upcoming Mass Effect series will instead tell an original story set well after the Reaper's defeat. The Reaper. Don't fear the Reaper.
Cowbell. What? You said don't fear the Reaper? Cool. I didn't have a cowbell. That's the best I could do.
Yeah, we don't have a cowbell, so you went with the gong.
I could have been
This brief update on BioWare's overall operations was provided by a series executive producer, Mike Gamble, via a blog post published in honor of this year's N7 Day, an unofficial Mass Effect Fan Day celebrated on November 7th and named after the highest rank an individual can obtain in the franchise's fictional interplanetary combatives training program.
Wait, that's fictional? No wonder why I couldn't get veterans benefits. Damn.
Baron, what am I going to do with you?
I don't know.
Kicking off this blog post began with a reassurance that the next Mass Effect game is in development and EA and BioWare remain committed to telling more stories in this universe. The truth is, the last few years have been an incredibly busy time for BioWare, but currently the team is heads down and focused exclusively on Mass Effect. We have a lot of universe to cover, lots of features to build, and lots of romances to figure out. We're excited by what we're building. We promise you, when we're ready, it'll be a lot of fun to show. Until then, thank you for your patience because y'all are thirsty for news, and I see you looking for a secret meeting in my tweets. Okay, sometimes they have secret meeting. It goes on to say, from there, Gamble turned to the game's Amazon adaptation, asserting, I haven't talked about it much, but you might have heard a little something about a TV series. We've been partnering closely with Amazon on it, and we're really excited with the talented team over there is coming up with. With what? Sorry. And it goes on to say the writer's room is going strong, and we've got a lot figured out about how it fits within the Mass Effect canon and where it sits in respect to the new game, he explained. The show will explore a brand new story within the universe's timeline and will be set after the original trilogy. It won't be a retread of Commander Shepard's story because, after all, that's your story, isn't it? That's a good way of looking at it.
I'm liking this. It's like, why rehash through what you've already seen, and we probably would not be able to meet your expectations on that.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that in the Mass Effect games, you can craft story.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so, no story has an ending. It just goes to another chapter or another book. it's like there's a big universe out there. If they do it right, they keep it to the tone of what Mass Effect is about, and do it right. I don't think there should be much complaints out there, except for the nattery nabobs and negativity.
Mhm.
You know, I like this approach. Uh, how can you not like this approach? This is showing. This is showing actually creativity
Which
in,
is something that's
in doing
severely
original.
lacking nowadays, not just in movies and television shows, but even games.
Right, but and yeah, this is beautiful. I like this creativity within, but it's within another universe. So obviously, they seem to know the lane, what they can do, and try not to jump the curb. This is fantastic if they do that, and of course, no, you know, messaging. Just you know, remember, we want entertainment, not to be lectured.
We want to be able to sit down and enjoy a television series for a half hour or 45 minutes
Hmm.
and anticipate the next episode coming out the following week. If they
Right?
choose to do it that way,
Argue,
or
debate.
if it's released all at once on a service like Netflix, then binging the whole series. But I still prefer waiting a week.
Yeah. I want to get back to the weekly thing, not to the binging, unless of course the whole series is over with. That way, you have a whole week of anticipation. You have a whole week where you can discuss, debate what's going on with your friends, like we used to do today. Your likes, dislikes about what you saw. Um,
Hmm.
you know, I mean, just the stuff we used to do, and respectfully for that matter. It's like, yeah, I really didn't like how they went with this direction. Why don't you like that for? I thought it was beautiful. Why didn't you like that? Oh, it's because of this, and this. And it's like, well, I can see where you're coming
Well,
from that, but I think that one was actually very pertinent to the whole thing. Just like the old days. I miss that. I miss that.
I think back because I never got into the TV series of The Walking Dead, but when The Walking Dead
Yeah.
was at its peak, at its height of popularity, I had a couple
Hmm.
friends at work who would constantly, after the new episode aired the night before, be talking together about it and saying, "Wasn't it cool that they went this direction?" Or, "I can't believe they did that." Like how we used to do.
Yeah. I can't believe it's not butter. Exactly.
It says first announced as officially in development as part of last year's N7-day festivities. Amazon's Mass Effect will be written and executive produced by F9 of the Fast and Furious franchise, Drive Daniel Casey, who will also executive produce the series alongside Gamble, former Marvel Television senior vice president Karim Zirik,
Oh, I thought you
who
were going to say
oversaw,
Corinne Jean Barrere.
I
Not
don't know,
Barrere. It's like, no, no, no.
who saw the MCU's Netflix Defender line, the Borderlands producer Ari Arad, not to be confused with his more noted superhero producer brother Avi, in receiving its only update in the time since its initial announcement this past June, saw the confirmation of Star Trek Beyond writer Doug Junn as the Mass Effect series showrunner. I, I've got any little bit of apprehension to anybody released to, you know, connected to J.J. Abrams' Star Trek, you
Yeah.
know, and adjacent to any Alex Kurtzman Star Trek.
Mm. Yeah. It means they know how to start it, but they don't know how to bring it to an end. Ah!
Yeah. To this end, as a result of being so early in development, the Mass Effect series does not yet have a confirmed release date. Meanwhile, as part of the larger N7-Day 2025, Mass Effect fans looking for their next fix can pick up the free crossover items for Skate and Apex Legends. Everybody's playing Apex Legends right now.
I'm
I
not.
just don't have any interest in it right now.
Yeah, same.
And Shane says almost everyone I see working on Mass Effect, the Mass Effect show for Amazon, worked for the BBC. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Not in my
Well,
opinion.
depends on where and what with the BBC too. I mean, we know the problems, including fake news, intentional lying and misdirection with their news, stuff like that, and their television shows that are just crap. And I hate to say that, Doctor Who, but they do pull out some good stuff. I mean, now and then. So it all depends on who you're getting from the BBC.
Yeah.
There's still some good ones out there. They're just hampered by what the BBC wants and what they dictate.
That is true, but we'll have to see as news comes out about the TV series what it's going to be like. And, a part of me, is that cynical side that says it's not going to be any good. But then there's that other part of me that wants to be positive and say this might turn out to be pretty good. But we have to wait for it to come out.
To answer your question, True Rock, I don't know. We don't, we don't have the full thing. We have to ask someone who's from England and all that. But as they say, no one's really watching the BBC anymore. One person sat up and said, "Why do I have to pay this licensing fee when I don't watch the BBC?" So, I mean,
And there are people who refuse to pay the licensing fee, not because they're not watching it; they don't think they have to pay it.
Oh, that's
because at this point, it's gotten ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, the fees keep on going up, and they're finally for good. Okay, so, but yeah, they want to do that sea devil show. Oh, wait a moment, they're not sea devils no more. They're homo aquatic or whatever, aqueous or I don't know, but and then they don't even look like sea devils. It's like the big thing you should be worried about is we hear that Russell T Davies is involved.
Sorry, I'm looking to see if the weekend box office has been updated.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see any updates to that.
Boo.
And Tree Rock, I hope you're doing well today.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Glad to see you here. The only thing I'm going to ask all of you to do for me is just share out the stream if you can. Really appreciate it. I'm going to see if I can find the weekend box office somewhere else, Baron.
Just as long as it's not on a live line. They're horrible.
Deadline, yeah. The Cume. Yeah, yes, the worldwide Cume. I don't care how fancy you want to say it. Just let us know.
Here's the 15 writers we have to tell you what the box office is. And yeah, it turns into a political diatribe.
Yes, because of this political party, that political party, this movie did not do well. It failed.
Yeah. It goes beyond that, folks. It does go beyond that.
Does the site have it updated yet?
Mouse, did it update yet? No? Okay.
No.
Mouse was looking on his.
This is still last week's. I'm looking. I know my go-to is Box Office Mojo, but
yeah, they are the best, I think, for what we do. For what we do.
When they don't have it updated, I do try to look for other sources to find the information. And let's see.
So Mike from one site to another, and then he to another one until he finds it right. See what I did
Well,
there?
it looks like the
Ooh.
numbers has something for us.
Ooh.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and bring it up from the numbers.
Okay.
Okay, let me bring that up. I'm just double checking a couple things real quick.
The
All right,
number.
so this comes from the numbers. And your number one movie for the weekend was Predator Badlands. Honestly, I had no interest in seeing this.
Yeah. I had the first one. I loved the first one. I saw the second one. Went, you got to be kidding me, because they turned that into a message film. It's like, no, I'll take Dutch and all the others over, and just stay there. Perfect. It was just perfect. Especially the shell-shocked Arnold at the end. You never expect that, where Arnold just kind of looking like, what the F after everything's done. Beautiful film.
Yeah, and I definitely enjoy watching it. Oh, well, yeah, we know somebody who didn't like it. But that's fine.
Yeah. I have a particularly happy thing about, in the film when, with Jesse Ventura's character. Beautiful scene.
I mean, you don't like it. All I gotta say to you is, chopper! Get to the chopper. Do it now. Come on. And get out of here. How could you not like that movie? I know that's a bad Arnold impression, but it's all I got.
How about no?
Oh, sorry,
Fine.
I didn't mean to hit that. I didn't mean. I dropped out for a moment, and I don't know where exactly, but if you don't like it,
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
there. That's the naysayers of Predator, the original one.
And Shane says Predator Badlands cost 130 million, not including ads. It's going to flop. Well, it's another Disney release under a different banner, of course, but another Disney release that probably is going to flop.
Yeah. Let's see how the second week goes. Unfortunately, for a lot of movies, it goes down. So,
And then
just
at number two, at number 2, you had Regretting You, and that made 7.1 million in its second week, and it has a current total of 38 million.
Yeah, look how close it's kissing Predator. I mean,
yeah,
really, boom.
So there's got to be something about this movie that has people flocking to see it if it's that close between Predator Badlands and Regretting You, or maybe it's just that Predator Badlands isn't that good.
Yeah.
And people don't really have any interest, so.
I know a lot of people were just turned off by the design of the Predator and all that. And I can see that turning a lot of Predator fans away. So, I'm not saying it's right or wrong or anything. I'm just, Yeah, but eventually, after a while, people start going to other things when that brand gets be all it is the brand, and it's higher price when another one comes along that's from another place that's cheaper. Boom, like Pop Tarts. You get the Pop Tarts at Walmart, their brand, and they're just as good, and they're a lot cheaper. There, boom, there you go. That's what you do.
Let's see. Black Phone 2 made 5.3 million, I should say, this weekend in its fourth week of release, and it's currently at 70 million. I've heard some good reviews about it, but I'm not interested in seeing it.
He has no interest, boys and girls.
And then Sarah's Oil, which is loosely based on a true story.
Yeah.
In its first week, in 2,410 theaters, made 4.4 million. I know Zachary Levi's in that movie. That's all I know about it, other than the
Cool.
fact that it's loosely based on a true story.
Well, it's nice to see that Zachary Levi's getting work, especially after he was lambasted unmercifully and unfairly.
And Nuremberg, another new release for this weekend. In only 1,802 theaters, only made 4 million. It looks good. I just don't know if it's going to be there in a couple of weeks.
Well, what the hell kind of release is that? 1,800 theaters? Come on. How's that supposed to give it a chance?
It's not going to give it a chance. It's because this is just my opinion, folks. I don't think any of these distributors are interested in selling a movie like Nuremberg to a movie theater chain because it's based on actual history.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm not saying movies based on actual history can't do well. They obviously can and have. But I don't think any of the distributors have any interest in letting people know about things that occurred after World War II.
Right. I mean, I'm wondering, would this be a good bookend to Downfall, which was an excellent movie, brutal movie. Then this discussing, the continued fallout from all that. Be interesting to see if there'll be like a good bookend,
And Tron's a flop.
It is.
You can't spin it. It's a flop.
Yeah, Matt McLoin.
And Chainsaw Man, the movie, made 3.6 million, and it has a total domestic box office of 38 million. And Begonia, in its third week in release, made 3.5 million and currently has 12.3 million altogether. Die, my love. That sounds like a horror movie to me. Die, my love.
Well, yeah, I think that might have been spewed out this morning with the Oreo incident.
I don't know. I've seen the trailer for Nuremberg, and I'm interested in seeing it and judging it myself.
Yeah, as someone who's studied the history in around, of that era, it'd be interesting how they did it. And all I can say is their Hammond and Gadding looks kind of impressive, like Hammond and Gadding, Iron Fatty, as he was named. Heinrich Himmler was little Heine, and Hammond Gadding was Iron Fatty, the unfunny clown.
And
those were the little nerdy nicknames they had.
And the costumes look like they're accurate.
Yeah.
And that is important to me if you're doing a period piece, especially one based on historical events. It has to look as accurate as possible, in my opinion.
I think there's one thing that kind of burst that bubble about being used as a propaganda tool. If it was, it would have been more theaters.
Yeah. Jane says, I'd rather see. Oh, go ahead, Baron.
Oh, I mean, if it's something that's trying to be as accurate as possible, that can be pretty dang scary. So, let's put in only 1,800 theaters instead of like in 2,500, 3,000, or 4,000.
And Shane says, I'd rather see a film how we refuse to have real trials in Japan to let the emperor save face. Nobody's even tried doing that. That's the sad part.
Well, because you kind of hit a little touchy subject, because it's still a sore thing in Japan, and a lot of people are afraid to do films like that where they're showing Japan in a bad light. like I said, when we were talking to that captain of the police force there in Orlando, who was, and I'm only going to bring up Black because at that time, that was going on, but he was Black and he was talking with this, this older, overweight. I know I told this story before, but there's probably some people out there haven't heard it. This overweight Black guy, older, very older, and he has the bib overalls and the plaid shirt. And the baseball hat. I mean, he looked like a good old boy, but he was Black. He's a Black good old boy. Um, and we came in there and started talking, and then it's like, yeah. I mean, you had a lot of stuff, uh, with Blacks doing things, but they weren't like they're being portrayed now. I mean, many of them, whether you like it or not, were truck drivers. That's why the Red Tail Squadron was was such a thing. It was like an impressive thing. I mean, here you have these Blacks fighting these top of the line fighters, and those B-51s were the top of the line. They're the newest ones, and they get a red tail on it to identify their squad. Um, but then we went to the fact that what they don't do is they don't talk about the Blacks that were in the Pacific Theater that were in hell. They were in the midst of the nastiest battles you could imagine, along with the tropical heat in some of the areas, and the bugs, and then of course fighting this opponent. And I going to be kind here, it's true, but it's going to be uncomfortable. But Japan was and is still in some ways a very racist nation. They don't like Blacks, just like China. And so, heaven help those poor soldiers they happen to get in the grasp of the Japanese soldiers. I mean, you had the story of the book, The Rape of Nanking, which is also what they called it, where the Japanese soldiers went into China and were having beheading contests, violating, violently violating women and children, just offering them for the hell of it, just treating them like, like there's, like like monsters, and that wasn't a rare thing. This is stuff that happened, regularly because they had such disdain. Japan was the empire, the empire of empires. We're the chosen of God. The emperor is God, right? And and I made the line that the Japanese made Hitler look like a piker. This Black captain was just absolutely dumbfounded. I mean, the mouth kind of dropped on him, literally. And he turns to this old Black guy. He was silent through this whole freaking thing, not a peep, not a word, until the captain, the police captain, who is a great guy, by the way. I loved hanging out with him. Not because he's Black. He was a great guy. Um, there's a lot of stories revolving around him when I was down there that were happening and why he was such a great guy. And he turns to the old Black guy and he goes, "Is this true?" And the old Black guy the only word he said was, "Yep." And you can imagine the shock of two, here we are, two crackers out there, explaining all this Black history to this, this Black gentleman, and getting the confirmation from someone who was there, because we found out he was in the Marine Corps. It's like, holy shit, you were in the Marine Corps there? Oofda. Those guys were some of the ones that saw some of the most nasty things, there were in situations they were in. And we don't get these. In fact, the author of the book, The Rape of Nanking, besides the fact that she already was a depressed individual, just the backlash she was getting, especially from the Japanese, she eventually committed suicide, which is shame. She looked like a very lovely woman. But yeah, I love Japan. I love the Japanese. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they can be some of the most warm-hearted people there are in the world. And then you start still hitting that older class where they have the disdain. They don't like foreigners. They and of course the woman's duties to the point where women are second class. A lot of them still believe. over there, and they make it, forthright. Obviously, like in Tokyo and all that, things have evolved a little bit, but still, there's still some disdain down. It's amazing they have a female prime minister. That is a shock.
Mm-hmm.
That should be, but here in America, no one's thinking about it because we're so used to women being in these prominent positions. This is a major turning point in the culture of Japan.
And again,
I'm
getting
not,
back to Nuremberg, I want to
yeah,
see it for myself and judge it for myself, and
yeah,
not go by what's so insane because they heard it from somebody else that there's
no,
self-insert for Trump in there. I want to be able to watch it for myself, judge it for myself, and then say, okay, this is what's in it. This is what's not in it.
right. So,
I make no apologies when I say this.
yeah,
I don't want to go by the word of somebody who's popular on social media about
right.
something that's saying, oh, it's this, that, and the other for click views. No, I want to judge it for
Yeah,
myself. We should all be able to judge something for ourselves.
right. Get
And instead of being lemmings and
specific.
just going,
No, no,
okay, so and so said that this movie has this in it, this movie has that in it. So I'm going to go by their word. No, I,
no.
I make no apologies. I'm not going to do that.
Well, I mean, I read Mein Kampf because you have all these people say, well, it's in the book. It's in the book. Okay, how do you know? Well, so and so told me. My professor told me. So, I read Mein Kampf. Okay. I
Mhm.
mean, if you're going to talk about it, you damn well better know what you're talking about. At least read the thing. And it's like, no, he never made these statements in the book. That's fantasy. He made these statements, though. Right? He was out there praising Martin Luther through the whole thing. Lutherans are, sympathizers. It's like, no, he made one statement and he was trying to use it to legitimatizing the German people. Look at this reformer, this rebel that was there that, rose up and took on Rome. Of course, Herman the German, he was talking about, good old Herman. And it's like, well, because, he was the big shot that kicked Roman's ass. Uh, and also trying to legitimize himself. I am even though he was an Austrian, he's really truly a German because we are cousins. We are, because we're basically alike. Trying to legitimize himself to be a leader in Germany. That's a good portion of the opening of the book. And trying to tell his story from his point of view.
Mhm.
So it's like, you have to watch sometimes things or read something that might, obviously you don't agree with, and, sometimes might piss you off. But how else are you going to know? Because
Yeah,
these words are
unless
being
you check it
tossed
out for
around.
yourself.
Right. These words are being thrown around so recklessly, they lost their meaning.
It's like when, Alan Wake 2 came out
Hmm.
and people were saying, oh, it's woke, it's woke, it's woke. I
Hmm.
watched more than one stream of it and I'm thinking, I'm not seeing anything that's woke.
What about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle Jerk? as we were jokingly call it at first, because of everything that was being said about it. Well, if you would have listened to
Okay,
people,
there's one piece of dialogue where you find out that Gina's sister was dating one of the characters that you meet,
yeah,
but no, it didn't affect the overall plot of the story.
right.
I still had
It was
fun
naturally
playing the
slipped
game,
in.
even with that one part taking me longer than it should have to finish it. I still had fun. I'm not saying I'm going to go out there right now and spend $70 on the game.
No, I think it was on sale for like half off on one of the Steam sales, but still, yeah.
It was, but I didn't bother picking it
Yeah.
up. I'm waiting for it to be a lot lower.
Oh yeah, and it will be. Then they got that DLC continuation of it.
Yeah.
But, well, and that's just it. I mean, one line that just kind of slipped in, should that be the thing that stops you from enjoying a game or a show? You know, you can turn it into just a eye roll moment, or you not even acknowledge it and just keep going with the flow. I say that's pretty good in this age if that's the only thing they had.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were hearing a lot of stuff about what that game was going to be in watching you play it.
Well, I can't say we as a whole, but I know myself, I had some preconceived notions before I played the game on
Mhm.
Game Pass.
Yeah. I had preconceived motion before you played the game. And it's like, well, no, this is pretty damn good.
Mhm.
You can't seal the arc worth shit, but it's pretty good.
But getting back to the rest of these movies for the weekend,
yeah.
we have Bruce Springsteen, Deliver Me from Nowhere. Yes, I'm doing a very bad Bruce Springsteen impression because I can't understand what the guy's saying when he sings.
No.
But that made 2.2 million, and it currently has a total of 20 million in only its third week of release.
Right. I mean, the only thing good about Bruce Springsteen is his band, the E Street Band. I mean, they're awesome. I mean, horrible. I just don't understand. I never liked Bruce Springsteen, and that was before he started shooting his mouth off. This is like, especially when Born in the USA came. You know, it's like, okay, take some Turbolax because it sounds like you're constipated trying to pass that dookie out on the toilet while you're singing. I mean,
He
come
may
on,
have a
man.
kidney stone. He's feeling a lot of pain of that kidney stone, trying to get out.
I hold to constipation because he's full of it. What? Where'd that come from? Huh? Who said that? Who said that? Was that my? No.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
Thank you, Michael.
And then you have Tron Ares. Yeah, sorry. Gotta go back into the game. Yeah, 1.8 million for a total of 71 million. That's not good, especially in its fifth week of release. And then you have Christie, which was only released in 2011 theaters. That's the new Sydney Sweeney movie, which only made 1.3 million, which that was a movie I do have interest in seeing. Not because of Sydney Sweeney. I mean, she's part of it. I'll be straight up front, but I want to see it. I want to see how they tell the story of Christy Martin.
I just want to see boobies. Babies.
And then Aaron, we've got Back to the Future. Great Scott. Anyone?
I do have a question. Is that total box office? Is that including the original run too?
Yeah, this has got to be including the original run.
Okay, because
especially when last weekend it only made 4 million. Last weekend, and this is they're just including it with the original run.
Right, and you know they just
Oh, they do have it on here. They don't have it numbered, but they do have it on here, Baron.
Woo, yeah. Well,
and look. Plus 216%.
Whoa!
It's in 6 theaters now. And it made $6,898 freaking dollars. Cat Video Fest 2025 keeps rolling on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I gotta say. Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
We're sad when we get excited about Cat Video Fest 2025 still being on the charts.
And our the world's richest kaiju is absolutely right. It
Yeah,
should,
absolutely, Godzillionaire. And Godzillionaire, have you been able to play any of Dispatch? I'd love to hear your thoughts, or at least read them.
Mhm.
But yes, Cat Video Fest 2025 for the win. I mean,
yeah, baby.
I mean, it's made $1,031,734.
Yes.
That tells me everything, Gunza, in there. You're liking the game like myself and a few others I know. If you can't wait till Wednesday, you know you're liking it.
Yeah, exactly. It's again, it's that week thing. Every week now you get the anticipation, but Catfest, man, it's just it started as a joke. Just you saw this Catfest 2025,
Yeah,
and then it's like it kept going. It's like now we're excited.
yeah, I know. Every week, yeah, every week we're like, is it still there? Is it still there? Is it still on the charts?
Man. Whew. Hey, that brought my day.
Hey, that brings my day. No, I don't know if you want to wrap it up this soon, Baron, since we've gotten through everything, or if you had something that you'd like to talk about.
Was there? I mean, I had my rant about the Orioles earlier. No, I haven't seen it yet.
Negative, brother. I have not seen it yet, and I really have no interest in seeing it.
Yeah, if I see it be on streaming, I'm not interested in going out and see it. For me, the first Predator was good enough. That was for me. So, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't be against seeing it on a streaming thing and see if it, if it is good.
Shane says, I don't need to see a love story between a predator and a lesbian.
Actually, that was one of my dream fan fictions I did. I'm beginning to wonder.
Oh, here we go, folks. Only Baron.
It was a touchy one, too. It was a touchy one.
Predator versus Chris Hansen.
Even Predator
Orman is on the Predator.
I think that would be a better one. Predator versus Chris Chan.
No. Predator versus Cash Money.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Cash would win. Because all you'd have to do is say one thing and he'd be just coming out of the gate like this.
Do you really want to hunt me as a trophy? Am I really worthy of being a trophy? I mean, yeah, I have this magnificent chin, but really? Do you really want to do that?
Yeah, and that's what they'd sit back and say. It's like,
go after those two goobers over there.
Mm-hmm. It's like your chin is the holy grail. Anyone that comes back will be ruling the galaxy. I need your chin.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Cash. Are you out there? Come on. Come in and defend yourself. Come on.
Come on, Cash. I don't know if he's out there. He's got the link, so if he wants to pop in, and
he's out there, all right. It's just, the
is he going to enter at his convenience?
Yeah, at the end of the show, hi, you goobers. What's going on, you goobers? And then bring the show about 5 more hours. We're ready to go, and really grinds my gears. I know I could have done Peter Griffin, but I want to do it in his voice, or a facsimile of his voice.
And Godzilla in there is saying, now I have to resist replaying Dispatch again. Yeah, because if you replay it again, Godzilla in there, and you make different choices, it's going to affect the rest of the story.
Yeah. Wait until it's all done and then replay it. Well, do you have? Can you make saves along the way?
It
Where,
automatically saves it.
oh damn! I hate that because if you could
Yeah,
have
because
where you have a save, you could do
I,
the diverging.
I I wanted to put together a trailer of what had previously happened in the game without any of my commentary over it.
Yeah.
But if I tried to do that, then I would overwrite any of my save files. And I'm like, I don't want to do that.
Mm. Considering there says you can do it though, you can copy a save slot also. Hmm.
Oh, I hadn't tried that. Well, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So they had one of those. Boom, there you go.
I've been playing the old arcade games from the 80s and 90s. Which ones? There's
Yeah.
a lot.
Oh, don't even get us started in the games. Hey, go. Why stop there? Go into the 70s. Things like, well, not necessarily Pong. Everyone knows Pong, but Space Wars or Lunar Lander was one of my favorites. Oh, especially with the controllers. It was like you had the hand thing like you would expect to see inside the lunar lander, and then some other controls. You try to land at these landing spots. The harder ones, you get extra bonuses, like plus at times 4 or whatever. And of course, only so much fuel. So if you run out of fuel, boom, or you crash into a wall, boom. Oh, that was a great game.
Yeah, there was a version of that for Windows 3.1 back in the day.
I'm not surprised. I can't remember if it was an Atari game or not, though. Oh, yeah, Mappy, Mr. Do. Oh, yeah, Mr. Do and Dig Dug. Robotron was the goat in many ways.
Mm-hmm.
And with the bouncing hit in the synthesized voice, that was just for us. That was just like ahead of its time.
That was peak back then.
Yeah, Joust. I didn't play Gorf or Moon Patrol, but pretty much everything in that top roll.
And Shane says, I just want to point out the Atari joystick's still working when I can't get an Xbox controller to keep a button. Now, everything's made so shoddy nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, in the day, Star Trek: The Wrath of Tron. Oh God. I'd say Get Out, but Godzilla would probably step on me. But I back in the day, yeah, I played my Atari so hard. The set that came with the Atari wore out, and the joysticks I have right now are the second set I got. The paddles are still the same as the first one, and then I got this pad thing when Star Raiders came out, and it was supposed to be for other games as well, but pretty much Star Raiders, which was fun to play. You have the little thing to slip in there, so there was buttons you could press to help the game along. Uh,
Mhm.
yeah. Oh, I mean, but of course, there's of course Pac-Man, but Rampage was always a favorite. I'm glad I got that.
I would play Rampage on the NES.
Now I don't know
And
if I have.
I would. You want to know why I would play it?
Hmm.
This shows how sadistic I can be sometimes. I like smashing the buildings, but I like eating the
Yeah.
people much more.
Oh yeah, that is fun, especially when you reach in and grab them and they come out. And it's like, but let's see. You had ill effects if you ate some of the people, and then you have positive effects if you ate some of the people. I don't know if I got that. I don't think it's for the Sega, but I think I got it for the Xbox. It was on those retro game stuff. But Joust 2 Defender in the arcade, Centipede, Missile Command. Now there's a game that kept you on your toes. Popeye was a great game.
Yep.
A bar was called Olives that my dad and my grandfather would go to. I'd sometimes tag along. It was being that was the theme was Popeye. Guess which game they had in there?
Popeye.
Yeah, and then one of these. It's not GameSpot. It's a locally run game store. Which is very 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 good and reputable. They had a Popeye in there, but someone eventually talked them into gave enough offered enough money for them to let it go. But that was a great, hitting the can of spinaches and
Mhm.
Popeye was wonderful. It was in the same
I
line
played
as
it on the
obviously the King.
Commodore 64.
Hmm. Oh, yeah.
A friend of mine had a Commodore 64, and that was one of the games that he had.
Hmm. And of course, there was a synthesizer on that one, if I were right.
Mhm.
I gotta tell you, uh, that was a great one. Oh, what else was there that was so great? Like as a Missile Command really kept you on your toes. Of course, the Star Wars game and Star Trek SOS. See, now he's going to the games. Oh, Elevator Action. Is that the one where you're the cop and the bad guys would come out of the rooms? Because I remember one, but I don't think it was called Elevator Action. It was Elevator something else because there was knockoffs. Obviously, there was knockoff. Mr. Do was a knockoff of Dig Dug and whatnot. Zaxxon, with that pseudo 3D effect,
Mhm.
and it's Sinister. I read an article about how this game traumatized our generation. So I
Uh-huh.
read in there, yeah, and it's like because of the voice, because when Sinistar comes active and he comes after you, and ha ha ha, and how that traumatized our generation. It's like, no, we're not pussies, not like
We
you
had
guys.
we had other things that traumatized us.
Yeah, yeah, it was. It's like, yeah, that was level of, oh, that's impressive. What was the other one? It was Bonson. It was called basically the translation is Star Destroyer. You went out there to blow up these stations, and they had 6 pods on them, but they also had the reactor. You could get a lucky shot in the reactor. You get more points if you hit all the pods that it blows up. Plus enemy ships, waves. I got the game. I think that one is on the Sega, but that was a game I loved playing too. It's like
And
you can't stop. You're always going.
and because in there, I played both the arcade version of Moonwalker and the Genesis version.
I never did. Oh yeah, Battle Wannabe, you're absolutely right. Tempest. Tempest was a great one.
I haven't played Karate Champ in a long time or Russian Attack in a long time.
See, those are games that are kind of getting out of my range because they're newer. Oh, there was this one game. Oh yeah, Battlezone. Remember Battlezone with you're in the
Mhm.
tank? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And and then the Pentagon started buying machines for the recruits that were in the tanks to play for training. And then they started working with Atari to make a better version of that. So it'd be a little bit more realistic for the troops. But that was an awesome game. There was one, I don't know if they still got it there. I haven't been down there in a long time. Zapp's Arcade in Jordan. But they had one where it was a submarine game. No, no, no. Was it a submarine game? No, 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 no. That wasn't a submarine game. It was basically a beachfront assault. You're supposed to stop the beachfront. Secretly, I think it's basically D-Day-ing the Germans. But you're looking through
Mhm.
this periscope and like thing and trying to take out the enemies as they're coming in. Uh, it's like, where the hell was this game? Star Trek SOS. So that was another one that was just absolutely fantastic to play. Welcome
Yeah,
on
'cause
board.
the only submarine game I ever played growing up was Silent Service on the NES.
Yeah. Hmm. Right. Well, yeah. So yeah. So I don't. Yeah. This one was like a beachfront game, and it's like they had that game there, and I was just playing the hell out of it when I was last there. Marble Madness. I remember that one. Punch Out.
Mhm.
I kind of remember that one. Oh, Jungle Hunt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Before they renamed it, it was Mike Tyson's Punch Out, man.
Yeah. Before the
You want to
cannibalism.
replay the OG Contra game? Oh, I get you. And as far as the OG, are you talking about the original arcade or the NES? Because there is an original arcade version. There was Sunset Riders. And there was also Wild Gunman. That was a light gun game. And Godzilla says, NES, I need my 30 lives. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, start.
I've never played those light gun games when I was in the arcade. Never did.
You missed out. You really did.
Well, a lot of that stuff was coming out after.
Especially when they came out with the Terminator one, and you got the machine gun, and literally the machine gun's making the sound, and it's shaking as you're holding it, trying to shoot.
Yeah, I saw people playing games, but again, that was coming, when I was having to start doing adulting.
Yeah.
Didn't go to the arcades much. The arcades were starting to wane a little bit at that time, so yeah, it's just we need to bring back arcades like that and just have a grand old time.
We do. And Padawannabe, I used to play Ivan Stewart's off-road racing, but I like the arcade version more than the NES version, because with the arcade version, you had 4 steering wheels, so you and 3 other people could, put in your quarters and try to race against each other on the dirt track.
The Godfather's Pizza, where we always hung out at, and eventually I worked at. Well, they had one of those tabletop missile commands, right, where you could, use it as a table and eating while playing the games. But they had the original Star Wars, but then they got replaced with the Return of the Jedi. I never saw the Empire Strikes Back video game, arcade game, but they also had Tron, which was great fun. I mean, da 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 da. I mean, honestly, the light cycles and battling the spiders, and it was like, okay, they were in a movie for about like a blink of an eye. Here, the video game expanded on them, and you were battling them. It's like, this is freaking cool. Dragon's Lair and Space Ace, exactly. I was never good at those games. I just didn't.
Neither was I, but it never stopped me from playing.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're suckered in. Don Bluth doing all that, but yeah, I just didn't have the proper timing, and seeing my character turn into bones, and Space Ace, you just got turned into ashes. I can't remember. It's been such a long time since I played, and I didn't play that very much.
Well, Godzilla mentioned the original Contra, and that's one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to the Terminator 2 game, No Fate. That's supposed to be coming out next month. I mean, it was supposed to be coming out the end of this month, but they delayed it until November. But I'm interested in playing it because the developer said we were inspired by Contra for this particular game, and that's the kind of game style we wanted it to be. So it's like, all right, you already got me sold because you wanted to be your own version of Contra set in the Terminator universe. So you've got me right there. I just hope the game's going to be worth buying. I don't want to buy it right away and then go, oh, this game sucks.
Oh yeah, I mean, nobody does. Oh, Piccadilly Arcade, which was in Southdale. They had, before the Star Wars game, and they had the particular one where you could actually sit inside of it. But it was a game similar to it, where you're flying a fighter that kind of X-wingish. You're inside it, but you can see where the guns are, and then the ships that you're battling were sort of TIE fighter-ish looking, and it had that same Victor look, by the way, too. And they had a neat little thing. You had a forward, backwards. You could be flying forward, then hit reverse if you wanted to while fighting these guys. I played that game a lot.
I mean, I've mentioned many times where I would play Pole Position.
Oh yeah,
the race car game, and every time I went to Showbiz Pizza, I would play it. If I went somewhere and they had it, I had to play it.
Yeah, how could we forget Pole Position, man? And that was the first game to start using that, where the background had the different, movements to try to give a simulated 3D look.
Hmm.
The newer objects were going faster than the back objects were going slower. The mountains or whatever. So, that was absolutely freaking amazing.
Oh, you know what? Godzillionaire, you asked me about Cruising USA the other day when I was playing Black Myth Wukong, and if I used to play it. Yes, I used to play it. And Tree Rock mentions it here. Of course, RoboCop, Return of the Jedi.
Yep, I already
And
mentioned that, by the way.
yeah, but
I get both.
the NES version of specifically Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back, you talk about hard games.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have the power to beat this game. No, I don't, Darth, and neither do you.
Yeah, I heard about that trench run in Battle of Hoth one that they got. I've never I don't even know if we got a Buster's and Dave's here. We used to, but I don't know if we got one.
We don't, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've only been to Buster's and Dave's once, and that was in Atlanta.
It's true. I was saying that quite a bit the other day when I was playing Black Myth Wukong.
I heard that game made a monkey out of you.
Yeah.
I'm so funny.
The only thing I did after that stream disconnected because of my ISP was I just went around and tried to build up my XP a little bit.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And Padawannabe says, I liked pole position, but you can't see around the corners. Turn the wheel and hold your breath that you don't hit something. Oh, hitting the signs and other cars was part of the fun, man. At least it was for me.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, and speaking about hitting signs and other cars, Spy Hunter.
Oh, that was a fun game.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
Just using the Peter Gunn theme. It
Mhm.
was awesome. It's freaking awesome. I wonder if they were able to. They had to pay licensing fee for that, or Mancini.
I would think so.
Mancini would have put up with shit like that.
Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may have seen me in such movies as. Then he gives an example of a movie.
Yep. Some parodied name. Spy Hunter was great, and I think there was a Spy Hunter 2, but just like there was Defender 2, which I kind of like better. You had what was it?
Well, one of the good things about Gotham Knights was the fact that you go to the upper part of your studio apartment in that game where the Gotham Knights were holding down fort, and they had an arcade, and it was Spy Hunter. So there were times I would just play that, going, "This is the best part." Gotham Knights itself sucks, but playing Spy Hunter,
man,
that's the best part.
That is freaking awesome.
And Padawannabe says, I will say that both Guitar Hero and Mario Kart are easier to play on your console than in the arcade.
Oh, and to bring up about pole position, I mean, you guys still remember that was still the like the early experimental age of the video games. So the fact that they were able to get that pseudo 3D effect, that was of its time. We still had ways to go to be able, and that was my complaint even back in the days. I can't see around the corners. So And but yeah, eventually we were able to do that now. Heck, we can just look all over the place in the cars we're driving.
Yeah, and speaking of a driving game, I don't know how many people remember this one, but there was a game called Hard Drive where you had the gas and the brake pedal, but in order to actually change gears, you had to put your foot on the clutch as you're changing
Oh,
gears.
freak, that would have been awesome. It was like, oh, okay, this is to teach you how to drive manuals.
Yes.
Wizards and Warriors. Oh, what the hell is that one again? God, I hate when I have a mental block on the name. Wizard of War. Wizard of War. WOR. That was a fun game. I got that
Mhm.
on one of my ritual game packages. Again, I can't remember if it was for the Xbox or it was for Genesis.
You know what game I like to play, especially when I had it for my NES? I know I'm going to get some boos and hisses for this, but I like to play Cubert.
Oh, Cubert was fun. And that was when I also had Cubert 2, but I never really saw much of that one. But yeah, Cubert was fun. That was. And he was great in pixels, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what other games did I play in the arcades? I mean, of course, Asteroids.
Oh yeah, Asteroids and Asteroids 2, which I like better because I didn't like doing the hyperdrive. I liked the shield so.
Mm-hmm. And then I like to play Frogger.
Yep, Frogger was a fun game. Of course, had several clones. Needless to say.
Yeah, I mean, it was a basic formula. How could you not copy and
Yeah.
paste it?
Yeah, Flappy Bird. That's the kind of the latest one that they had. But there was no end to the game. You just tried to see how far you could get.
Yeah, and that's what I liked about it, Tree Rock. It was hard to play, but you had to get used to how the game wanted you to figure stuff out and how it wanted you to get around enemies and
right. Well, even the landscape because you weren't playing
because
it
that would
the
change.
normal. Yeah, but it was in that 3D-ish type of thing. So you had to understand that when you're going, where do I put the joystick to make sure I'm going the right direction type of thing. That was.
Yeah, but in the game Hard Drive, because it had a home console version, but there was an arcade version, and there were 3 screens. So you got your front view and then your 2 side views.
Ooh.
In order to shift gears, you had to put your foot on the clutch. Because if you didn't do it, the steering wheel not only would it fight you, but your car would start slowing down. You'd have to change your gears.
Yeah. Uphill, downhill. Yeah. Put in the appropriate gear and hope you did it right.
Yeah. I mean, hell, I didn't even play Donkey Kong on the NES for the first time. I played it in the arcade for the first time.
Yeah. Donkey Kong 2, where Mario, the only time Mario was a bad guy. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Donkey Kong was the hero. I mean, actually, Diddy Kong, this kid. But still,
Donkey Kong Jr. is what they called it on NES.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think they called him Diddy Kong, the character Diddy Kong, but it was eventually, I can't remember. But yeah, it was Donkey Kong Jr. And oh yeah, that was fun. Rescue your dad from the evil Mario. Phoenix was a good game. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Playing the arcade version of Top Gun, not the home console version, but the arcade version. Even tougher to land on that aircraft carrier.
I never saw that in the arcades, believe it or not.
There was this pizza place called Rossi's Pizza where I lived.
Ooh.
And that's where my friends would go a lot of times after they had a baseball game or a softball game because it was close to the park and it was halfway between the park and home. And there are times I would go with them. I watch them play their games, and then afterwards we'd go there and get some pizza. And there are times where my mom and dad met there because, like, hey, we can all have dinner together and sit back and chit chat. And, that's one of the games and that was one of the games that I remember playing there in particular. And it's just insane, man.
Isn't it? Excuse me.
Recently saw a video on the Dakar series racers. They cross their legs to shift sometimes, and they use either foot to push all three pedals. Insane. I mean, yeah, I can't say everybody's had an experience playing Pac-Man in the arcade or Miss Pac-Man in the arcade, but that's where I played them.
Oh, hell yeah. I Southdale had a Pac-Man day, and we all showed up for it. The picture was actually in one of the Pac-Man books. I could even point myself out in there, even though it was a bit of a dot. But yeah, that's where I was sitting, and that's the hat I was wearing. But yeah, they had the mascot and all that, and of course, a shameless promoting of Pac-Man. You could say, had my Pac-Man Day hat, which unfortunately I still have it, but it's in bad shape. I don't know if people restore those things or what. If they do, I'd love to have that restored and wear it. But because I had it and I wore it to death. It's like just like us kids would do. We don't think of things like putting cards on your spokes, and then when you're trying to play solitaire, the game's screwing you over. It's like, why is that? You're missing some cards.
Well, I mean, wearing hats all the time where they're sun faded and dirty. And, you hear it from your mom. Don't you want to wear a different hat? The hat's all dirty. Nope, I like this hat.
It's my identity. I identify as this hat wearer.
Panzer Dragon, yes. Or Dragoon.
I don't know of that one. I'm ashamed to say.
That's it. You're exiled.
Well, again, when did it come out? I mean, if it was later,
it was later. It was later.
Okay, so I was adulting while we were still going around there goofing off. We hadn't having.
I was adulting when it came time to adult, but when it came time to play games and relax and just wind down from a busy day, I would play a game, or I'd get on my bike or do whatever. I mean, here I am. I'm in my later 40s. I still like playing games because I still find them to be fun.
Well, I play games too, and I'm 57. Knocking on heaven's door.
There's a glitch in all the new Pac-Man games. Occasionally, you can make a bad turn and expect to die, but somehow you pass through the ghost. Can't plan it, but it's there.
Oh yeah, when you find out that when someone found out there was a glitch in the game and they tell you, so you try to do that glitch so you can get ahead. I mean, if you do this, you end up getting that, or you get points go crazy, or whatnot.
There's a trick on the original Mega Man game for NES. That if you press the select button to pause the game as you're firing your weapon, it can deplete the other enemy's life energy when you're fighting the boss.
Cool.
And I can say that I've beaten the game using that trick and not using that trick.
How can we not forget Galaxian or Galaga? Galaga. How can we not forget those games, man? I was
gonna bring them up eventually, if not this stream, a future stream.
Well, I'm surprised we didn't bring up in this stream, because we're just going through all that. Then you had like Galaxian 2, and then you had even more neat stuff. Oh, I tell you, of course, those were basically knockoff improvements of Space Invaders.
I remember Bug, Lady Mist.
You went around and you squished the bugs.
What about Ladybug? Remember the game Ladybug?
Yeah, I didn't play it.
I
I can't say I didn't like it. I didn't dislike it. I just didn't play it. I remember seeing it. I didn't play it.
love that Lunar Lander game. I think it was Atari. It was kind of in the same style as Asteroids in Space War, or where there were space battles, space combat. That game had several different names, I think. But yeah, I miss those Victor style games like that. Really.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Space Invaders, that's where you shoot through your barrier, so you're protected, but you can still shoot at the bad guys.
Yeah.
If you didn't do that, you don't know jack about Space Invaders.
I used to go over to a friend's house when we were growing up. We were both in elementary school, and he had the game Choplifter on his Apple IIe.
Oh,
I would
yes.
play that a lot.
Oh yeah, I had it on my 2E. It got played out. Like I said, I knew all the hackers, so I get these games. And it's been over 7 years, so you can't do anything, YouTube. I mean, it's been about 4 decades. But yeah, so I got Choplifter on that and played the hell out of it. Jungle Hunt, of course, and I only had a green screen monitor, so I never, and whenever I saw those in color, it was like a shock to me, because everything was green screen for me. But of course, the guys that did all that.
Oh shit! Red alert!
What?
Red alert, Baron!
Uh-oh.
I just got a subspace message. A large chin is on the approach.
I saw it.
Traveling in that warp.
I
4.5.
Told you. He's gonna come in hot, and he's gonna have some gears to grind. And we all know it. I'm ready on my end, Mike. I'm ready on my end.
I'm ready. How to Wannabe says, check out the new Capcom pack. I think I saw a pack that had Spy Hunter 2 and Galaga, maybe.
Yeah, Capcom was great.
They were great back in the day. That's where my love for Mega Man came from. And, Bionic Commando.
Yeah, you saw Atari, you saw Capcom, you knew they were going to be somewhat good games. And
you saw Atari, you saw Capcom, you saw Konami, Midway.
Yep.
You knew you were getting something. Isn't that right?
Yes. Yes.
You okay?
No. I'm all right.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Of course, he stopped off at Mexican. Oh, come on, Cash. Oh, open the window or light a match already.
Zaxxon, yeah.
Yep, Zaxxon. That was a great game. Frustrated the hell out of me. We had a young Norwegian stay with us for a while from Norway, and
wasn't Jace, was it?
No. Thank God. Just kidding, Jace, but still, thank God. And Mom, I think remember they used to have those little tiny arcade-looking games, but
yeah. They sold them for a while,
right? Yeah, and she sent that to Norway for him for a gift.
And I wonder what his reaction was to it.
I don't know.
I mean, it still had the full game on it.
Yeah, it did. It just had the Mattel handheld game style graphic type of thing,
And just to let you know, Cash, we finished all the articles. Now we're just reminiscing about classic arcade games and games that we loved and still love to play.
Yeah, Cash.
All good.
Okay.
All good, man. No, it is. It's fine. I said I might
Yeah,
be
we
late
get-
today. So.
Yeah, I might be being a goober. I might be being a little bit of an asshole.
2.5 hours later. So
It's how we are to everybody other. So yeah.
2.5 hours later, and all of a sudden, it comes Cash. Hey,
Yep.
Cash. The other day, yesterday, in fact, no, not yesterday, Friday. Well, Long Suffer and I, we gave ourselves a treat, and trust me, this was a treat. We got takeout from a great Chinese takeout place we have here. It's called China Pagoda, like every other China Pagoda out there, but they have some of the best fried rice. And I haven't had a sweet and sour pork in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking through the menu and they go, there's the tofu options. If you come to visit, I got you taken care of, man.
Right, tofu.
Yeah, we recently had one of our good Chinese restaurants close, not because of any health violations, because of the new landlord who now owns the shopping center they were in, not wanting them in there anymore because they have a different vision for the shopping center.
Yeah.
You gotta have a Chinese restaurant in there, or you're not doing it right.
Well, the sad thing is that this Chinese restaurant has been in that particular shopping center for 30 years.
Yeah, it's a landmark.
Yeah.
Yep. They got rid of the post office here, turned it into apartments after all these years. It's like, why can't we have a post office that's a little bit closer? Because the one that we go to, it looks like there's bars on the things. Like, is this the prison post office? It looks a little run down there.
Here's your mail. It's walking down the Green Mile.
It's only 3 blocks away from Cash's place. I mean,
yeah. So, I think they need to build another post office somewhere else. I don't know. They just, yeah. A lot of things change rapidly, and things that are around
here's
for.
Your Adam,
mm-hmm.
Here's your Adam and Eve catalog there, Mr. Cash Money. Sorry to say that the Hustler's been delayed a little bit, but I'll let you know when it
Right.
I wonder why. But how you been, Cash?
I'm all right. I'm doing pretty good. Just trying to stay sane with everything going on. So.
Good luck.
I know, right? Yeah.
Every day it's something.
Yeah, it is
different in the news.
I know.
I lost that battle of being sane. You should try being crazy for a while. It's not that bad, really.
Well, I became a Cub fan. That explains everything.
I'm doing fine. I just I've been watching a lot of Blue Jays videos recently, so just like I love the fact when this guy, he had a story, he was with his girlfriend or whatever, maybe his wife, I don't know, and they says, well, I don't feel we really lost, and I'm like, dude, just take the L, bro.
Dude, take it from the Cub fan. You know when you lost when your closer can't seal the deal.
Yeah.
Just take the L.
It's not as bad as Ted Turner in '91 when he's basically doing all this promotion stuff after the World Series that they lost. But everything they got going out there are making it look like they did win. They're saying, the champion, Braves, and this amazing year of the Braves. It's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, your champion's up to a point, but it's like,
I was going to say, the only thing,
the worst team.
The only thing that the Braves of '91 can claim to be a champion of is the National League when they won the pennant.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And that's what he was.
Okay, two things. I need to correct myself. 2 things. Mm-hmm. Winning the National League Western Division.
Yeah.
Because they were in the Western Division during that time. Mm-hmm. Not the Eastern Division, but the Western Division. And also winning the National League pennant. So 2 things that year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they were champions. They were champions, but they were making it. Yeah. So it's legit what they're saying, but they're trying to make it sound like it was above and beyond that.
You got to catch up there, Padawannabe. You're way behind.
He has, and he told us he liked it. We did it.
Yeah,
we
and
we did it.
Yeah. And definitely got to watch it when they're in target field. And just a second here. And Wrigley Field.
Yep,
Ooh.
July of next year.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I mean, they're in the Sox
yeah.
since this last season. It's like, how can you not be in Wrigley? Come on, get out of the South Side. It's safer.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it also obviously brings in a lot of money for the stadium too. So,
When you have stadiums fill the capacity because it's sold out because people want to see Banana Ball, and it's got to be a lot cheaper than going to a major league game.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and you're getting far entertained, and they're filling the stadiums in these major league teams stadiums better than the major league teams are. Think about that. Who doesn't want to get? And now we got the two new teams, including the Clowns, which was the last team that the that the last team of the Negro Leagues that came to an end back in 1989. So, which were known to be the Clowns of baseball, which they said, hey, this would fit in with the Banana Ball, the philosophy. Get out there and entertain and have a grand old time. And of course, needless to say, honor the Negro League.
And Padawannabe says, have you seen there's a LP on the Globetrotters, sorry. I guess he's been there a few years. No, I haven't seen that. I have not seen that.
Okay, I'm gonna ask an ignorant question. Please don't hate on me. What's LP?
I can't answer that because I haven't seen it. I don't even know what it is.
Okay. I just wanted to ask. Okay, now I feel a little better. Thank God. You know what the interesting thing about Banana Ball, besides the fact they do have a woman coach for the firefighters, and she has a very lovely wife. I'm not kidding. But they have one guy who I can't remember if it's part of his leg or just a foot or whatever. But yeah, they got a guy out there with a fake appendage playing the game and doing damn good. I mean, people that couldn't make it into the major league for one reason or another, but they're still good. And that brings the entertainment factor even higher. In case you can't help but root for them.
I mean, why
little
not?
person. Oh, little person. Okay. Just say dwarf or midget. What? Where did that come from?
Yeah, I don't always go by the acronyms and the initials. It's like, what? I'm sorry. The software originated in 1978. It takes a while for the patch updates to take effect, if at all. Because the prerequisite for Gen X software is, I don't like this new patch update. Forget about it.
Hey, the 1968 models, what's an update? What's a patch? What's this you're talking about?
I'm still running on a dial-up modem.
Oh, I missed that sound. That sound was like you're opening a gate to the universe. Especially when you had Netscape and you had the little stars going by the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it was so magical back then.
Now Prodigy back in the day.
Yeah. And nowadays...
Yes, that was the first internet service access to the internet that I had, Cash.
So crazy.
Yeah, look,
I had AOL.
I bet they're in Fullerton or out there in Southern California. I mean, I was in Southern California too, but I'm sure up there in LA, Prodigy was beneath you.
AOL.
Yeah, Cash is sitting there in his area with basically back engineered alien technology to get on his internet. It's like, ready to go, man. Full immersion.
Yeah,
the
he already
aliens,
had
the
high speed
aliens from
internet.
Independence Day came down to help me out.
No, it was the Anunnaki. Come on, get up with the times. It's Anunnakis, though.
Oh, okay.
The Elohim.
Gosh.
You know.
Yes.
I think that's what Paul Wallace does.
I remember that sound too. Yeah, those were back in the days of PrimeNet and
I mean,
AOL and Prodigy, CompuServe. I think that was a thing too.
Yeah, that was another one that we had. Of course, Baron mentioned that Netscape.
Yep, I remember
Earthlink.
Netscape, yeah. Earthlink, yeah, I used that for a while. Yeah. PrimeNet turned into Earthlink and all kind of crazy stuff. Yeah.
Then Elon brought us MarsLink.
That's right.
I mean, if he doesn't call that for his internet service on Mars, Crystal Castle, Paperboy, Burger Time.
Oh man,
Burger Time was really fun.
Crystal Castles, dude. The arcade. So many.
Sometimes I would.
That.
Yeah. Sometimes I would just play Paperboy just to break the windows.
I knew it.
Or have the neighbor chase after me.
Which was basically art imitating life for Mike, just to let you know.
What's up, Shane? Yeah. Malibu Grand Prix over here when that thing was around for a number of years. And that was then you got later into the arcade with the games, the way the Simpsons arcade game, the Turtles in Time. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Samurai Showdown. Oh, goodness.
Double Dragon in the arcade.
Double Dragon. Yep. Narc.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course he would play
Narc.
Malibu.
Narc. I forgot about Narc.
It's a great game.
I'm a Narc.
Played it on NES and the arcade.
Yeah. Then going way back, like old Chuck E. Cheese, the Star Wars game. It's funny they also had that on that game show too, where they were showing new games.
You're not.
That was a big one. That was a big promotion.
That's crazy. Yeah.
You're not kidding, goddamn, about that $400 Lego Enterprise D. But I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, I'm not impressed.
Yeah. I'd rather drop the $300 for the Tommy Enterprise, or more importantly, I wanted that D7 because I love the D7, but I couldn't. But actually, $700. I'd rather drop $700 on one of those. Honestly, looks better, and it's like studio quality. It's like, watch my gas destroy it.
That Enterprise. I remember when Doomcock got one of those. He was gifted one of those, and I'm going, that is nice.
Yeah. It's like, you son of a bitch. Dylan, you son of a bitch.
That is true, but I mean, I'll bring up an image of Lego's Enterprise D. I'm just not impressed with the way it looks.
I don't care about the value and all that. I never look at selling my stuff. It's like I collect for me. So whatever I like, I don't care if it has a resale value of 10 cents down the line. No one cares about it. I do, though.
Right.
Which makes it easy because I can find some of the stuff that people don't care about that I like, and it's like, woohoo, stole it. Yeah. Like when I got my FASA Enterprise deck plans, it's like, everyone's charging all this. One guy had it for like $30. It's like, okay, sold, and it's in good shape. Now I got that along with my Klingon Battlecruiser deck plans from FASA. Did I say I like the Klingon Cruiser?
Say it as many times as you want. I like the Klingon Cruiser. And how many times have I said I identify as a Klingon anyway? You hear it during the game streams.
Yeah. I mean, when it's got to go down this line. What is your favorite Federation ship? Enterprise, refit. Boom. They're right there. Now, if you want to start going with the aliens, Klingon D7. even above the Katinga class, because but the Katinga is very close because it still has those lines, but there's just something about the smooth hull on the DSA that looks horrible. What the what?
This is Lego's Enterprise D. It looks like shit to me.
It does.
I'll try to get another picture that shows other angles of it.
Oh, please do. But what I see there looks like shite. That's pathetic.
And they want $400 for it.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you also on that one. I do like how the Ferengi ships look. I thought that was an awesome, neat design. I wish you could have seen more of those in action throughout the series, but of course, their reputation got destroyed.
$400.
But wouldn't it have been great if they were part of the Dominion War? The Ferengis came in, you saw those ships?
That would have been nice. Another angle of it. I don't like the way it looks.
It looks just as,
I expect better from Lego. I've seen them do better.
Yeah. It looks just as blocky on top.
It looks half-assed.
Yeah. I mean, compare that to the Star Wars ones that they're coming out with, the Star Destroyer, the Falcon, and all that, and then you do this for Star Trek. Come on, that's true Kurtzman work right there.
Yeah, but even the top here looks blocky, and I know it's Lego, they're blocks, but I've seen them do so much better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to say that. Even though when it comes down to this, I not really interested in these whether it's Star Wars or Star Trek, but I always was impressed when I saw the Star Wars ones. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, for a bunch of Legos, they really got that look. I mean, the Executor, for crying out loud, that was an impressive model kit. And I tell you, just watching those guys drop it, and intentionally trying to recreate the Death Star scene in Return of the Jedi, it's like all that work, and you just did that for a little quick scene like that. You guys are freaking morons. Looked impressive though, but yeah, I mean, I take a look at that. It's like, ooh, this is neat. I thought they'd be a little more.
I really thought they would have gone with the original Enterprise, or if not the original, then the refit.
Yeah, the refit would actually work pretty good for Legos.
I know fans have done their own version. I mean, heck, I'll bring this one up here.
Mm-hmm. Now that looks good.
Huh, look at that.
That's Cash's ride, folks. He came in with that one. Mr. Sulu was the chauffeur.
Mr. Sulu.
Oh, my. That's, okay. 321 pieces. Well, yeah.
there you go. NX01.
You use that for tabletop gaming.
Why not?
Yeah.
There you go. The original Enterprise.
That looks pretty good.
Wait.
What the Reliant? Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
I mean, I've even looked at the Lego Transformers line, and I'm thinking I'm not even gonna pay for those. Yeah,
because Mike's going into his GoBot phase. He's waiting for them to come up with GoBot.
No. Although I did recently, I did recently buy a Transformer that is a character who was formerly GoBot, but when Hasbro bought Tonka, everything related to GoBots except for the original designs of the GoBots went to Hasbro.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have a Renegade as a member of the Decepticons now in my collection.
Transformers and the Challenge of the GoBots. Two universe clashes together to fight the ultimate evil.
Yay.
Or in my own head canon, part of the same universe, but the GoBots are early Cybertronians who left Cybertron during the beginnings of one of the first wars on Cybertron and
So you're trying to
had their own planet.
So there's Thandril bots. Okay. Formers. Cyber Nethandril cyber formers. I don't know. But they're Nethandrils of the world.
There was an Inspector Gadget toy I wanted so bad as a kid. Because I love Inspector Gadget as a kid.
Yeah. I was not a fan. Even though it had Don Adams, I was not a fan of Inspector Gadget.
You will be a fan. You will like it.
Hey, I went with Tennessee Tuxedo when it came
that
around
much.
to Don Adams. Yeah. Well, that's what Tennessee Tuxedo was for. Don Adams doing that one.
Yeah, the movie had to show Dr. Claw.
That was one of the things about the cartoon we never had to see.
You don't show Dr. Claw, dang it.
His cash is still suffering from that.
Because it came with the helicopter attachment, the umbrella attachment, and I believe it had the mallet attachment with it as well.
Oh, cool.
And Shane says, I just got an ad.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you guys making money. It's not that much, Shane.
Yeah. I haven't been paid for a couple months now, so.
You always do this. You always spend it. You don't even realize it's in your account and you spend it. It doesn't take that much nowadays.
2 cents a month. That's all. That's what we agreed on. I got that raise.
Yeah, well, check your account sometime.
I'm going to hold out for 3 cents next year.
Yeah. So, speaking of next year, I got to think of when we're going to do the collector's trip. I wanted to do one this year, but I don't think we're going to have any time to really properly get it set up.
No. But next year's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then people can show off their Christmas gifts, their Christmas toys.
True. Very true.
Or books or whatever it is.
What's the best wrestling game you've ever played in terms of all around quality or playability? What are the terms to this question?
Now we're getting deep here on Pop Talk. Absolutely deep. I mean, this is just... And this makes you sit back and go...
That's right. I said, I ain't giving you no $350, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money.
I gave him a...
And that's in response to, of course, the ad. That was what's going to his,
Fun? I think the most fun I had was playing on PS2 was WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. That to me was the best of the wrestling games they'd ever released.
Here Comes the Pain. That's usually me getting out of bed in the morning, but.
And the reason why wasn't just because of the roster, but also because of the movesets and, the things that you could do with creating your own character, creating your own entrance. That to me had everything you wanted.
Now that's awesome. creating your own entrances.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's an important part of wrestling. It's like
Yep.
the how are you gonna come in, have a good one to get the crowd either fired up for you or fired up against you?
Yeah, and that was another
Which,
thing
of course,
about it.
secretly they were for you.
That was another thing about it too, is you could choose whether you want your character to come out cheers or boos.
Yeah. Were you going to be the heel or were you going to be? Yeah.
The face. Yeah, but WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain was probably the best one that I played. Then it seemed like there were, some games that came after that, were okay, but they never seemed to reach that same quality again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, Tree Rock. You got to go over here where the linebacker is, get around him, and then, get past the 50-yard line and make sure that you get down to the goal line and get that turducken. You have to have played Madden. Come on, boom.
Isn't it amazing his legacy still lives on after his passing?
Mm-hmm.
As it should.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was something else. He was a character.
He was a character.
Yeah. Him, Howard Cosell, all that,
This is Howard Cosell. And today we are watching golf.
I mean, the one of the greats is here I am with Cassius Clay. That's Muhammad Ali now. Okay, Cassius, how did you?
I still love the Dean Martin celebrity roast. Everybody's talking about Joe Frazier. Why are they talking about Joe Frazier? Yeah.
And Gazillionaire says, I know some of it's nostalgia, but Yep.
Yeah,
I know
crazy.
some of it's nostalgia, but it's sad we talk about 20-plus-year-old games more fondly than new ones. It's because those 20-year-old games were developed and made with the gamer in mind. Give the gamers what they want. Give them replayability. We don't have that replay value anymore.
Well, yeah.
With a lot of games, once you're done with them, you don't pick them up.
Right. I mean, to kind of go off of that, is like, well, there are games now that are coming out with people having a sense of nostalgiability or whatever.
Yes, Tree Rock there is.
And that's those the independent games out there. These indie games.
Well, I mean, that's what Dispatch is. Ad Hoc is an independent developer. They're not a big developer.
Yeah, Jace hates that game.
Whatever.
Jace hates that game so much.
He doesn't like it. I like it. Agree to disagree.
I don't like it.
He said your choices don't matter and stuff. I'm like, they haven't finished all
they
the
do.
episodes yet.
Yeah, they do. You either go Blonde Blazer or Invisigo. I chose Invisigo.
What? Not the hot blonde?
Oh, I chose the one who's more of a rebel because I see good in her. Well, I see someone who could really become the hero.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's boning, worth boning. I mean, come on, you can still have that as your being a mentor for that. But when it comes around to the boning factor, the blonde blazer, come on, she's good, right? Well, don't tell me. I don't know anything after episode 2. So
I'm not going to spoil the game for you, Baron. That's exactly what you want me to do. You want me to spoil the game for you?
No, I don't. I don't know. I don't want you to do that. That's why I stopped where I did. It's like, no, we're getting into dangerous territory here. But I mean, I have a penchant for blondes. I mean, I can't help it. Busty blondes.
No,
and I only dated one blonde in my life. That's the sad thing.
I have a good feeling about Invisigirl. She's the character that you want to see make the full redemption from villain to superhero.
And you're absolutely right, Godzilla. That's a big turn on for him.
Best hockey?
It's that tabletop one that they did where you have the little sticks and you can turn them so the figures going all that way. And it's done up for the Olympics where we won against the Russians. So it's U.S. against Russians. And if we get a score, it starts going USA, USA, USA. That's the best one.
I know a lot of people will say NHL 94 on Genesis. That was later released on Super Nintendo. Nah, I'm going with NHL 95. I liked NHL 95. That was the one I asked for Christmas, and I got it. And, we still had a tradition, even when I was in my teens and going from junior high to high school, where if we wanted to, we could open up a gift. All of us, including my mom and dad. We can open up a gift the night before Christmas. Just a gift. And I chose to open one of my gifts that year that I got it. And it was NHL 95. And I like playing that game ever since. And, whenever my friends would either come over to my house or I'd go over to their house, I'd bring NHL 95 with me. And we'd play that for hours and, we'd have a blast.
Mike opens it up the day before Christmas, and he was not seen until after New Year's.
This was the night before Christmas, Baron.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. You opened up the night before Christmas. You were not seen of until after the New Year's, because it's like you just took it, ran, played that game the whole time. School was out and all that. It's like, Mike, you got other gifts to open up.
No,
I almost got the Penguins here.
But my friends and I would make fun of sound effect when, you check the other players against the wall. It was oh, so we would mock it, and we were a strange bunch. And I know I'm still strange. I haven't changed.
Well, you know what we did. Like I was talking about, where they had that tabletop one. Where, it's like foosball for hockey. Instead of the side, you're at the other end. So I actually had probably still somewhere, I don't know, but had one of those. Got it at a church flea sale or whatever. And boy, did it get put to use. And not only that, what we started to do is we started to record these. Those that weren't playing were doing the commentary in the color. And we used the Buck Rogers, that funky music when they had the dance in the in the movie. We used that as the opening and closing music for that. So it's like we're out there and we're just cutting it up and just being rude little kids playing that game with our comments and such, and then we'd play that for the opening. Da 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 da. I mean, that's you want to talk about weird? That's what we did.
Well, let me ask you guys this.
What?
When you went into a pizza place or an arcade and they had air hockey, did you have to play it? And part two of the question, did you have to play it and have to make sure that you were the one who won?
Depends who you're with.
Yeah, basically, I wouldn't necessarily play it voluntarily, but someone else wanted to, it's like, hey, let's play. Okay, fine. But of course that competitive edge is in there. It's like, you drag me over to play this game I don't particularly want to play, I'm going to kick your ass. So yeah.
I was competitive playing air hockey.
If you're on a date with a woman and she beats you in that, just say good game and move on. Don't be like some of these people.
Well, if you're on a date with a woman, the bet
cash. The thing is, you're on a date with a woman, and I think, Baron, you're going the same direction. You let her win.
Yeah. No.
Or maybe you just weren't playing that well that day.
Oh, hell no. Remember, I'm a little bit older. It wasn't you let her win, because the woman was very competitive too and could kick your ass naturally. Right. You had to fight to save your life. No, usually you had a bet on who goes down on who afterwards. If you win, you go down on me. If I win, you go down on me. If you win, I go down on you. It was that type of bet. And then we get thrown out of the arcade afterwards. It's like, I'm only honoring the bet. I'm just honoring the bet.
Yes, I remember those soccer games back in the day, Tree Rock, as a matter of fact. I remember a friend of mine being a little too close to the table when I was playing against another friend. And
Ouch.
yeah.
Ouch. I'm hearing the Nutcracker Suite. Dun, da, 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 da.
But even his wife was like, you were standing too close to the table when they're playing a competitive game.
She's going to be going, oh, looks like I'm going to have a gigolo for a while. Yeah, when he walks, like, I can hear
like, oh.
I can hear the rattling as he's walking. Good one. Yeah, that was a good hit.
He was standing too close to the table.
You got to know where to stand. You got to know where to stand. And, and I'm serious about this one, too. The one great thing about arcades that we have lost today, it taught the respect of the pecking order. And what I mean by the pecking order was there'd be a game, and it was a hot game. Everybody wanted to play it, right? So you marked it by putting your quarter down.
Quarter on top of the arcade cabinet.
Right. And there'd be a whole line. Yeah, either on top or even on the playing surface if it was too slanted or whatever. And, of course, there'd be the whole line. Of course, it was that honor system. You did not push ahead. You did not try to take that quarter, especially if you didn't have. I mean, because if you did, you would get your ass kicked big time. And that's the one thing I think that really helped teach us about, how we treat each other. It's like, okay, there's like the gentleman's agreement or whatever like that. I am not going to be a dick to you because,
it was pretty much the handshake agreement back in the day.
Right. And I don't know who came up with it. Just all of a sudden appeared and it spread wild in the arcades. We don't got that today.
No, because we don't have that arcade environment anymore.
Right.
Yeah, I don't remember even getting into fights with people at an arcade. I just remember people seem pretty cool about things usually. Yeah,
well, the fight was on the game itself. If you had a beef, you do the okay, I'll beat your ass in this one. No, I'm going to hand you your ass. And I'm talking about this is serious beef between these people. So instead of the fists, they took it out on the game.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's when they had special promotions, like when they still had the ArcLight here and they were doing the Wreck-It Ralph. Well, they also had like the original Mario games. And I remember there were some kids watching my brother at the time playing this game. It just was funny to see a younger generation still care so much about Mario. Well, why wouldn't they, I guess? But still, it's just funny. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, going to the bowling alley and, sometimes we'd get some snacks and, have them in the arcade area. So as we're playing, we would eat whatever snack it was that we got. And, just talking, commiserating, and playing games like Street Fighter 2 against one another and being really competitive, or even Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or Simpsons being very competitive, especially when it's four of us and telling each other, "Okay, you need to go here, you need to go there."
Right, exactly what Tree Rock is saying here. I mean, we had to, share the games. So you'd watch the people play them and, and then they would sometimes teach you, are you learning tricks off of them? And needless to say, whooping and hollering and cheering the person on as well. I mean, yeah, you're waiting, but you're still getting entertained. It wasn't like, okay, I'm standing in a line for how long now? And no, you're being entertained. It's like sometimes you had to grab your quarter and leave because you weren't able to get in there because people were so good, but you still left entertained.
Yeah, and depending on how late it was getting, because there were times I would go with my friend and his parents because they always went on Fridays for bowling nights, and I was always welcome to join them. But depending on how late it was, sometimes you would just wait until it got later into the evening when there was
Mhm.
hardly anybody at the arcade, so you can actually get in there
Yeah,
and play.
got to find that sweet spot.
Yeah.
And every place had its own sweet spot, depending on where you lived, or which arcade and such. Because you could have, there was a few arcades in places that had arcades in them, and they were spread out. Sometimes a few miles or whatever. But even then, they had their own dynamics. Okay, we know we could get into this game, this arcade, and we can have it at this time and have a grand old time. Blah blah blah. So yeah, it's like you learn logistics.
Mm-hmm. Or you would pull your money together to get a pizza or something, and
Yeah. That's that's just it.
yep. Always having a lot of fun. That's what I remember. Always having a lot of fun.
And that's what's important. I mean, it's not like going out there with cash on and playing these. Really grinds my gears about this game.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Thanks,
Well,
though, Baron.
Mhm.
Well, even going to the bowling alley with my friend and his parents while they were, doing their bowling matches,
Yep.
Mhm.
and his parents not having to worry about us getting into trouble because, we did our thing, and they didn't worry. It's just how it
Right.
was.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Going to places like Skateland, and in the back they have arcade games as well, where they also have
Mhm.
the birthday parties.
Yep. Yeah.
They're playing Mortal
Or-
Kombat.
Or where I lived, it was called Up and Down Skating Rink, but still same thing. You go there. There's their arcade section, and you
Talk
play the
about double
games
meaning.
for a while. Then you roller skate, fall on your ass,
Mhm.
get up, roller skate some more.
Yeah, Shane, you're right. I was also part of that mall rat type of generation. They had some of the greatest places. You go into like B Dalton's. God, I miss B Dalton's.
Oh my goodness, beat Dalton. Yeah, that's quite a
I
bookstore.
It was. It was.
Yeah.
I believe it was owned by the Target Corporation or Dayton Corporation, but it was all part of the family where Target was and all that. But yeah, got bought out by Barnes and Noble, and they all disappeared. It's like no, just like Walden books.
Yeah, well, they also didn't continue to go with the times, and a lot of them were very stubborn. They're like, digital books are never going to be the way of the future, and so it's like, yeah.
Well, that was Borders.
Borders
started-
and
started-
yeah. Mhm.
yeah. Barnes and Noble actually did whatever,
Barnes and
but
Noble is still somewhat around, I think.
yeah, they're still around. They're still around.
Mm.
But the Borders, eventually it's like, oh, they got their nook or whatever they called it, but it was too little, too late at that time. But that's a shame because I like Borders as well. When you get
Yeah.
lost in the bookstore, it's like for
Mhm.
me, that's not called lost. It's called heaven.
That's what used to happen to me when I go into Borders or even Barnes and Noble. I could stay there for a while looking at the books, the magazines, and then looking at the music and trying to decide, okay, do I want new music? Do I want a new book? Or do I want a magazine? Especially when Star Trek the magazine was out.
Oh yeah, our Starlog, or
Mhm.
Wow, yeah. Yeah.
even though those Star Trek
Starlog.
magazines were Starlog
Gosh.
part of it. Our Fangora, our what I can't remember. Cinefantastic. No, Cinefantastic is a different one, but that's a good one. But the Starlog Group had one for those that wanted to make little fan films and gave you tricks and such like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Newsstands and magazine
yeah.
places and all kinds of stuff. And
Mhm.
hey, I tell your folks or whatever, oh, can I get this magazine? Yeah, sure. It was like
Yeah.
a PC gaming world, all that stuff that
I mean,
it might also
paperbacks
been
were
there.
inexpensive back then, so you
Yep.
can pick up a
Oh,
couple of
yeah.
paperbacks and
You know how many of the Star Wars books I got at B. Dalton's? I mean, I'm talking about going to even the sketchbook. In fact, they still have the sticker from them on there on my Return of the Jedi one, and also my basically the first encyclopedia for Star Wars that they had back then. And it still has. But so yeah, that was my go-to when they had the Star Wars stuff or Star Trek stuff come out. Doctor Who books. I mean, I'd go through that Target section that they have. Target books, by the way, not the store. Okay, which Doctor Who book do I have? Oh, there's a new one. I was able to even get some that are kind of rare because there was a little fire that took out a bunch of the books, and that's called Wheel in Space. So.
Yeah, we didn't need all this internet stuff even growing up because
we didn't.
No.
We found ways of keeping ourselves entertained.
Yep.
Well, we built up our immune system by playing in the dirt, getting scrapes and rubbing dirt in our scrapes and going, "Come on, game on!"
Eating mud. Yeah.
Well, I know that was your favorite pastime.
It was delicious. Depends on where you were. I mean, it depends on the quality of the dirt, how rich in nutrients it has. Yeah, what nutrients were in there and all that. Yeah, it's like I actually started a little company, made a few dollars off of it.
Read the Nintendo magazines to find moves and secret. Yeah, I had a subscription to Nintendo Power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too.
But going back further, they had the games on the console games before the Nintendo Power. So I mean, then when the computer magazines were worth their salt, also.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta find it somewhere. I know I got it. I know I saw it recently. The first issue of Yahoo magazine was Siskel and Ebert on the cover. When Yahoo decided they wanted to try a magazine.
Yeah, it didn't last long.
No, it did not last long. I don't think they even made a year. It was like, well, I guess it's still around. The one that JFK Jr. John tried to do. I don't. That was rather lackluster as well. But yeah, I mean, and of course, when I got my Macintosh, Mac Addict was a great magazine back in the day when they first started out and went up to a certain point and they got bought out by somebody else because they go after Apple. They, they were Mac fanatics, but they would not hold back. If there was something they thought Apple was doing that was stupid, they would call them out on it. And they also promote when that short period of time when the clones were coming out. They're a heavy proponent for the clones, which I'm sure to a point, even though Apple allowed it, obviously they had to allow it, might not have been so happy about. And they always came with a disc. And basically like the independent games of the day back then, and demos and various other stuff. I miss that Mac Addict. I mean,
Tree Rock's even bringing up PC Gamer and how it had the demo disc inside. That's how I got a demo disc for Medal of Honor.
Right. I mean, yeah, I didn't like PC Gamer as much, but then again, I wasn't dealing with PCs, so it wasn't.
Yes. He wasn't dealing with PCs because PCs were beneath him.
Yes. The graphics far better than
he needed something more intellectual than the lowbrow Windows PC.
I felt it was lowbrow. I saw that green screen. I went,
I saw the blue screen of death and I thought, I pity you for not having a Macintosh.
I can't believe, but wait, the Apple also had the green screen too. Wait a second. Oh, shit.
Well, Well, you weren't around when I was talking about that, Cash. I had, when he was talking about the Apple II playing Pitfall, I said, "Yeah, I had one, but it was a green screen." So, I mean, when I saw this stuff in color, it just kind of threw me off because I only experienced it in color.
Trying to do that, do your homework using that fucking green screen Apple II shit. Oh my gosh.
Dot matrix.
You had to step away after a while. I mean, even in school, I can remember looking away. Like, I don't want to stare at the screen for so long unless I'm playing Oregon Trail.
Yeah.
and somebody dies of dysentery.
And your family has
See,
to
I broke my way from the screen because a lot of times that one girl that was really getting developed in my class would sit next to me with her, her low cut sweaters and all that. So it's like, oh, I lost a life, but it was worth it.
There.
Then I turned to her and go,
you haven't even made it past the county line yet.
No, and then I go, hey, you want to play some Worm Digger later? And I get slapped. It became a regular thing, actually.
Oh God!
At graduation, she said, "I'm going to miss this." It's like I'm going to miss this too.
I want to say I know he's joking, but part of me is thinking,
I don't know. Sometimes
where's the truth in this? There's got to be a grain of truth in this.
He's like, "Hey, baby,"
because it's you, Baron.
I don't know. Yeah, I
ain't trying to say I'm a good storyteller.
I don't know.
I don't know if we're necessarily saying you're a good storyteller, but to be a fly on the wall in your younger days.
I figure it's like
so
the Quagmire
he did
thing.
This?
Like, hey, baby. It's like, don't.
Giggity,
remember
giggity.
what's on the other side. Remember what's on the other side. Hey, baby.
Hey, look at here.
Jerk.
We're playing Oregon Trail. Giggity, giggity. All right.
Want to share some dysentery? Giggity, giggity.
God, Baron. Your food's gone bad.
That's not the only thing that's going bad. That was. I'm really getting uber nostalgic for those days.
I don't know how we got through those days. I really don't. With some of that,
we got through them just fine.
We figured it out, but man, some of that stuff, you're just like, why does this have to be so fucking
because
tedious?
Yeah. Well, the thing is we're the Goonie generations. Goonies never say die. That's what we were. We were the Goonies. Then your generation came around and fucked it all up. Thank you, Cash.
I know.
Thanks a lot, asshole. we set everything up for you. Okay. Parents, you have parents, but you don't really see them because you're outside all day.
What's a parent?
Rules? Well, yeah. There are rules, but guess what? There are no cameras, so nobody knows exactly what we did.
Mike's still considered in my generation, so I don't know.
I'm Gen X, man.
It was the rule of the streets.
I'm Gen X.
Yeah, and that's some wussy.
Wussy.
I'm not millennial, Cash.
I know that.
I wasn't born in 81. I was born while there was still disco music, man.
I know, man.
Well, we still had disco in 81. Remember, Funky Town came out in 80. Why don't you take me down to Funky Town? Lips Inc. and it was recorded here in Minneapolis.
I mean, it was like a year or two or whatever, maybe 3, but still, it. Though I guess I don't know if you went through or ever played Pogs or any of that stuff, Mike.
No.
Yes, I played Pogs.
Nice.
I got him.
Even someone who was my parental figure played Pogs because when they came back out, she was going, "Oh my God, Pogs are back!"
What's that?
You mean you had these as you were growing up? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Are they anything like
blown.
marbles?
Crazy.
Are they anything like?
Does anybody play marbles anymore?
No.
Does anybody remember the rules?
I'm the local league champion in my area of the marble league. Unfortunately, I lost all my marbles at one time, but still, I mean,
Does anybody remember being, in elementary school, bringing your sandwich bag full of marbles, ready to throw down?
mm-hmm.
And sometimes, if you agree to it, you can trade different marbles. If somebody had a marble that you liked, and you had a marble that they liked, you would trade.
Or you had the bet. You had the bet.
Mm-hmm.
It's like pink slipping. Okay, if I win, I get that marble. If you win, you can get the marble that you want. So it's like having a pink slip race. So, those were the days.
Welcome to Pacific414 Pop Talk, the segment where we're three old men on our rocking chairs reminiscing about the good old days.
I remember those days. Yeah.
And I got to say, hell yeah. I mean, okay, I'm just peeking over my monitors. There they are, my first edition AD&Ds. Player Handbook, Monster Manual. Actually, I got two of those. Monster Manual 2, Dungeons Master Guide. What else? That's Fiend Folio, Arcane, Honors Arcane, or let's see what else we got. Deities and Demigods with the Cthulhu and Mellibone myths in there that were taken out. A Manual of the Plains, and Greyhawk Adventures. That's my hard covers.
Not only were they made with hard plastic, but they were also made with die cast.
Yep. Made some of those toys freaking heavy.
Yeah, you definitely didn't want to throw it, especially at the wall.
Yeah. Well, they did the same thing with like the Star Wars, like half die cast, half plastic when they came out with like the Millennium Falcon, the Star Destroyer, those X-wings and TIE fighters.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like some was plastic on there, and some was the metal die cast. In fact, I'm looking at my Star Destroyer and Millennium Falcon right now from '78. I think it was '78. Maybe it came out.
Honestly, I think they need to go back to put, especially in the collectible lines. I think they need to go and put a little bit of plastic, a little bit of die cast where appropriate.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, really, you want to have this look, impressive. You want to give it a woo, like woo.
Yeah, this is worth it.
But yeah, I mean, when the plastic is so freaking cheap now, too. I mean, it's like, come on. Oh, I got the dogs going woo as well.
I mean, that's why I was kind of afraid, especially putting some of my new Transformers together to form a bigger robot. I was afraid I was going to break one of the connection pieces.
Mm-hmm. Well, those Daypole Doctor Who ones they came out with in the late 80s, when Sylvester McCoy was. Yeah, I had to do some repair. The plastic on that is right? But, I got 5 Daleks I had to get, and Devros. Devros with 2 hands, by the way. That was a little a mistake they made, and they tried to rectify that later. But, yeah, I mean, I had to, like the head, some that came off, so just a little super glue, put it in there, and now the head doesn't move, but it's still there. Yeah. But yeah, my happy little Daleks there.
I had to do that with my original Voltron. Was one of the feet came off the blue line, so I asked my mom if I could borrow her, a glue gun to glue it back on.
How'd that work for you?
Yeah, I got it to work.
Woo! Remember, super glue is your friend, unless you put your fingers together.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that did. I mean, yeah, the yellow lightsaber for both Empire Strikes Back and the Star Wars, where you slid it out. I never liked that where it slide
Yeah.
out. I realized what they
Yeah.
were trying to do
That
with it.
was yeah.
Yeah, but then they got the green one for Return of the Jedi, and but I think there was one that was going out there that was a different color. I don't know if they put a yellow one in there or was another color, but it's one of those rare prints that they had going out. Mine is green. I actually like the green lightsaber more, to be honest. The look of it, the blade, and everything.
Is there anything else you guys would like to reminisce about or talk about before we get out of here?
You know, I think we bored everybody enough now. Hey, everybody in the chat, how bored are you? It's like, how many of you are going? Can we go already, please? Unlock the door and let us out. You know, this is a
Well,
fire hazard.
we're not
This is against the law.
forcing them. We're not forcing them to say they're free to come and go as they please.
Yeah.
That's because you send that hypnotic message through. That's on that one, you know, one hertz level where you can't quite, kind of like in They Live. Yeah. Listen, watch Pacific 414.
Well, I mean, it's either that or I put them in the agonizer.
Mm-hmm.
Hope we're not watching.
Yeah, that would. Or you know, another thing too is those cocktail swords.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, you get the plastic swords, and, you know, they have the sheath. And then you go to a friend's house, and he has one too. So you have sword matches.
Right.
Or, you know, when same friend I used to go to the bowling alley with, when he got the Thundercat sword, the Eye of Thundera, and it was, you know, the full length sword. Granted, it was made out of plastic, but the Thundercat logo lit up.
Mm-hmm.
And going, oh, that's so cool.
But you know, yeah, I think we're here at about 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Isn't that where we're at? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow, I thought that's when Cash came was at 3.5 hours. Cash even still here?
We got through the articles quickly. We said we had to say and then moved on.
Well, we didn't have Cash dragging it out for us. So.
Yeah, me, right? My fault.
Always your fault.
Sure, Baron.
But before we get out of here,
I'm nostalgic for the times that Cash shows up to the show. I get nostalgic about that.
Oh gosh. Those were the thing. You'd see how far you could stretch it.
Yeah, sometimes they come apart, and you know you hear the stories. Three kids found dead when in a tragic Stretch Armstrong accident.
3 kids.
But unless you guys have anything else you want to talk about, we can go ahead and wrap up and promote ourselves.
Yeah, wrap it up. You know, Cash isn't going to say much. He's just kind of sitting in the corner. I'm listening.
Okay, Cash, what do you got coming up?
What's wrong with listening, Baron, huh? Yeah, that's what
I never listen.
Bitch. Okay. All right, so yes, Baron and I are it's time. Well, Baron, I gotta say this.
What?
I will keep trying to advertise the other episodes that are now on YouTube, but I hear YouTube's doing some stuff with shadow banning people and stuff. Like, I guess we can just
they
ignore
have
this, but just
I've seen it on another channel.
Black and White Network or whatever was talking about that. Phil sent this video, and they're talking about shadow
And I'll be
banning
right back.
people, and they're the notification. So I don't know if any of that means anything, Baron, but
No, it won't. It won't do anything because they don't like it if you repeat something on YouTube that you had previous before. Because I was talking to Mike about that. That if you ever had to take off or whatever, you could always schedule an old, a best of. He goes, no, they mess around with you if you do that. But the thing is these were never aired on YouTube.
No.
So there should be no problem there. I mean, really, nothing is. What we're doing is.
No,
Even though we were on Rumble,
I'll try to advertise them again. Maybe people,
Yeah.
I guess I'll advertise them again on X and stuff. I'll try to.
Yeah, just advertise. I mean, considering your channel has been, a lot of action hasn't happened on there, so you just need to start bumping your algorithm going, and of course having a consistent thing someplace, and it'll start showing a little bit more. So.
But yeah, Baron and I are gonna get back to very soon. Probably, we might even have an episode before Thanksgiving. We'll see.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, we might start working on some stuff backstage. Get everything if we can get everything ready like tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna get together tomorrow, and
we should we should be ready to do an episode Tuesday. So. Live, we just have to make sure it works on YouTube and Rumble, and
right.
Good.
And you know who can tell us that? Mike. That's why he ran away. He goes, "Oh no.
Yeah,
I'm out of here."
Yep. So we got that. What else? Maybe Friday. It's going to be either this Friday or, let's see, 16th. Okay, so we're not yet. We're definitely not. Yeah, let's see. 14th, yeah, we might be able to start doing some Team Epic Succeed. There's some wackadoo out there always talking about Team Epic Fail, which is not. We have succeeded. Yes, I know a certain person will say, yeah, you guys aren't succeeding. You haven't been doing it for a number of weeks or months or whatever. Okay, it's been over a year. Fine. Yes, okay. It's not dead yet. It's not dead yet. So,
in fact, I'm feeling better.
Good. Yeah.
In fact, Bonji Python. Bring out your dead. Dong.
So yeah, we gotta get back to that. We gotta start playing some Space Marine 2. I gotta check again if it still runs on this machine.
For the Emperor!
Good, Mike's back.
Yep. So we gotta do that, and we'll see how that goes. Playing with 3 people doing the campaign. I think we can do that together, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's a 3-man team up for doing.
Yes, unfortunately, no 4-man team. Yeah, I wish they brought it back to 4, but it's okay.
Well, when you got like the bigger things, like the going out for, you have those bigger battles where it's like 16 versus 16 or stuff like that. You do have those out there.
Yeah.
But if you're just going to do like one of the mission side, you have those other missions, and it's just 3 of you, and that's when you can make your armor all nice and pretty for whatever legion you want to be in.
Yep, and
if we're Space Marines,
if for some reason, because we got to get back to this soon, I know. If Baron's not available, then I guess on Friday it could just be a duo situation. So. Or if Mike's not available and you wanted to play some Baron, then we can do it that way. Or we can have people like Shane and other people join if they want to. I'm fine with certain people joining as long as so that'll be fine. I got a channel all set up for that even on Discord, so that's all good. I still working on. I have to talk to Rodney, and I bring that up because we still got to do that Smash Bros stream, which is going to be better than a certain other Smash Bros stream that is still the plan. You know, I'm not going to say who that person is.
Rodney.
Rodney. So yeah, we got that, and then yeah, so that's, and then once we get this fixed up, I guess we'll have to find some stuff for the war room. And then the war room is going to be where we're going to bring on guests, and we'll have one topic, right? Is that right, Baron?
Usually a topic or two, yeah.
A topic or
look
two,
at that.
okay.
Yeah.
And we already know some good people who can be on there, so yeah, that could be fun. We just have to make sure it's good for them, the time and all that. So yeah. But yeah, that's all coming up on the Phantom Hooligans and Cash Money Madness and Twitch. But Twitch, of course, is all live streams. So you know, if there's a live stream then of a gaming, then you know that'll be fine. Or it doesn't have to be a gaming. It hasn't always been a gaming, but I've had Pop Talk on there before too. So
what?
Yeah. Yep. When we had the whole thing set up before StreamYard decided to try to gut us, or is gutting people. Yeah. Yeah, so good times. Yeah. So yeah, well, that's all coming up on the channel and stuff. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I've been happy to see DJ Ronnie G's channels growing a bit more lately. So
yay!
Yeah, good for him.
It is. He's got over 500 subscribers now. Last I checked.
He does. So
See,
good for him.
Right. I'm more happy for his turtles. They needed more. You know.
Yeah.
Forget DJ Ronnie G's. Congratulations, turtles! You did a great job.
That's right. So yeah, but that's all coming up. I mean, we got Evil West. I know we got to still play Ghostbusters. There's a lot of cool stuff to still play. I mean, Jump Ship is still
Jump Space.
Jump Space. Excuse me. Yes, I want to say Jump Ship.
Yeah, because that's what it was before. It gets confusing.
Yeah, Jump Space. That game's fun too, and I've played that already with Mike and Shane. So, you know, there's still Dispatch. I'm probably gonna get that at some point soon. So,
let's
Mike
not forget
made a good
Vermintide.
case for that. Yes, Vermintide. We have to play Vermintide again. We still, man, if we could get past that one part, that'd be great. The next, we'll have to go back to the normal difficulty, whatever it is, and then build our way up. But yeah, Vermintide is still stuff to
And
do.
we gotta make sure we extend the invitation to Anonymous.
Yes, always, yes.
Or anyone else who we've played with before that has the game and
that aren't anonymous.
Anonymous. So yeah, there's definitely stuff coming up, but I'm looking forward to getting back to cranky old fans with Baron. So be good shit. And you're feeling good, Baron, lately? You're feeling strong? Good.
Yeah. And Long Suffering likes you on Cranky Old Fan. She goes, he sounds so different there than me on the other show.
Well, she is his number one fan.
She is, yeah.
She's one of them, yeah.
The phone, Cash has got, he's got his fans out there. They throw their granny panties at him.
Yeah. Right. Great. Yeah. Okay.
Took him a
So,
little
Mr. Granny Panties, what do you have coming up?
I have no granny panties, but
right.
Well, Cash and I, of course, going to be working tomorrow, so I'll try to see if I can squeeze in a game. But other than that, hopefully on Thursday we'll have at Jay's Fox's 540 studio an episode of The Beyond, and that's between 6 and 6:30 start time, Central Standard Time. Reason why we do that is because, well, he's Norwegian. So we'll have that. So usually the usual gang of idiots are Jace Fox, who is obviously that's the channel, Kilted Cajun, Mr. Cash Monet, 007, myself, Hoshi, and maybe even Whoopa Whoopa Troopa. Even we haven't seen that. Whoopa Whoopa. I think he's trapped in the Pokeball summers. But yeah, please join us Thursdays between start time between 6 and 6:30 Central Standard Time. And be on the lookout on the Pops channels. You never know what's popping up there with movies and reviews. We just did ours on the last one here on Bubba Hotep and Tucker and Dave versus Evil. Spoiler alert, we enjoyed both. First time watching on Tucker and Dale for me. And I've already seen Bubba Hotep. It's actually one of my wife's favorite films. She loves that film. So how can you not? How can you hate on a film with Bruce Campbell in it? That's all I gotta say. Other than that, I think, yeah, maybe you're weird. I don't know. Someone's weird, not you, but you know. But other than that, I can't think of anything else. So be there or be obtuse. Oh,
Okay.
no, square. Back to you, Mike.
And I do want to thank everybody who was here. Really appreciate everybody coming by. I know that there's the foosball games going on at the same time we're going on, but for those of you who do stop by, I do appreciate it. And for those of you who are catching this on the replay, thank you very much. Of course, I want to thank Baron for being here.
Woo.
Low Spec Linux Gaming. Lady Mist, thank you for being here. Shane, also known as You're Wrong. Tree Rock Creations. Godzillionaire. And the Padawannabe. Now,
I
as
don't
far
know
as
who any of those people are.
the fuck you do.
I haven't played that in a while. I mean, we gotta get back into the swing of playing these things, man.
We will eventually we'll get back in the full swing of things.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons why I say that is because the week of Thanksgiving, I am not doing any streams whatsoever that week. I am taking some time away from the YouTubes and the Rumbles and all that because I'm getting to the point where I'm feeling burned out. So I need to take a break. And like I said, that'll happen the week of Thanksgiving. The last live stream on the channel will be on Saturday, the 22nd. And that'll be a member stream for all members. And that will start at 6 p.m. Eastern. But I want to let everybody know now, and I'll keep reminding everybody as we get closer that I will be taking a week off because I need it. I need to step away from setting up live streams, setting up thumbnails, all that stuff. Just take a break.
I mean, honestly, if you had to put up with me and Cash twice a week, yeah, you'd need a break too.
I mean, like I said, I'm just starting to get burned out, and they always say when you start getting burned out, to step away, and that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I planned on being back on December 2nd after that Thanksgiving week is over with. That's when I plan to do a live stream. But what I'm going to do beforehand is I'm going to make sure that the streaming schedule for that week is done and any streams for that week are set up and ready to go. But, I also want to make sure that any channel members, who want to be on the member stream, because I owe them a member stream for this month, know when that's going to occur. So that's what I plan on doing. But beforehand, I will be playing more Dispatch on Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern. The final 2 episodes. And then after we get through the final 2 episodes, we'll take a look at the art of Dispatch and also the comics that are released with the game as extras. They aren't included with the game. They're actually extras. So I'll be playing that Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Of course, there's going to be 2 other editions of Pop Talk coming up for this new week. And the first one is going to start at 5 p.m. Eastern this Tuesday on Veterans Day. And I thought appropriate movies to show on Veterans Day would be Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima. I thought those were the perfect two movies to show. And because of their length, I wanted to start it at least an hour early. If you would like to be on the panel as we're watching the movie, just let me know. And I will send you the StreamYard link. And we will talk about both movies and honor our veterans at the same time. Because without our veterans, none of us would still be here.
And don't forget your poppies. You see someone from the VFW or whatever selling those poppies. Don't forget about that.
Yeah. And then we'll have our Wednesday edition of Pop Talk at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's normal time for Wednesday. And that's going to be the conclusion of our Back to the Future 40th anniversary celebration. And we're going to watch Back to the Future Part 2 and Back to the Future Part 3. Now, I do want to let everybody know, because I'm not going to assume that everybody has heard me say this before. But after the July Back to the Future stream, I had said that we were going to be watching Back to the Future Part 2 and 3. Of course, originally, there were going to be separate watch parties. Back to the Future Part 2 was originally going to be on October 22nd, and then Back to the Future Part 3 was going to be in December, in the midweek. Then I started feeling more Halloween, as some of you have heard me say this year. So we were watching, Halloween-based movies, Halloween-type movies throughout the month of October.
The hell
So I
you
ended up
say?
changing. Went back to Part 2 was going to be going on as far as the watch party was concerned. And then I got to thinking, you know what? You can't watch Back to the Future Part 2 and then not watch Part 3 right afterward, because they're so connected to one another. So I figured, what day in November can we have our Back to the Future Part 2 and Back to the Future Part 3 watch party? And then I looked at the calendar and I'm thinking, wait a minute, Wednesday's November 12th? November 12th, 1955. Okay, maybe this year it's 2025, but November 12th. That's a big date in Back to the Future. So I decided, you know what? Back to the Future Part 2 and Part 3 double feature watch party on Wednesday, November 12th at 6 p.m. Eastern. And like I've done it for all the watch parties, the Cosby link will be pinned to the top of the chat. You're more than welcome to come into the Cosby side of things. And if you want to be on the panel, again, hit me up and I'll send you the link. And of course, I do have a guest who I'm hoping will be able to join us on Sunday's edition, next Sunday, when we watch Superman 2025 and then Superman 1978. So I'm hoping she's still able to join us. And my
Lois Lane?
no, not Lois Lane. And
That's good. I prefer
we have a nice time talking about Superman 2025. Saying what our pros for it are, what our cons for it are, because I haven't seen it. Baron's seen bits and pieces, as I mentioned earlier. Cash has seen the movie, but I haven't seen it, so it'll be interesting to see where the three of us are as far as the movie is concerned. And then we'll watch Superman 1978, and of course that will occur at 1 p.m. Eastern, with Superman 2025 first, and then Superman 1978 following. Because like I told Baron and Cash, I said, I had a feeling we're going to need a palate cleanser, and what better way to have a palate cleanser than to watch Superman 1978.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, ba-da! There we go. Next should
But
be my-
I do want to let everybody know that as far as the week before Thanksgiving is concerned, which includes the Superman double feature, we will have a guest on Pop Talk on the 19th at 6 p.m. Eastern. I will confirm with him that he is still available for that day. And of course, during that week, I'll be playing Half-Life and also more Black Myth Wukong. So there's still a lot coming up on the excuse me, on the channel. I have one thing so far ready to upload to the channel during the week of Thanksgiving. And then I've been thinking about doing something I haven't done in a while as far as Pop Talk is concerned. And that thing that I'm thinking about is doing an edition of Pop Talk, but just with 2 articles. And then you guys can leave your comments and opinions into the chat. It basically how I used to do it when I would do 2 episodes. Well, not 2 episodes, but 2 topics on Pop Talk, and then upload it. Is I would upload it, I would give my quick opinion, and then I would leave it up to everyone else to give their opinions on 2 articles that were selected. And this is related to Pop Talk. I want to let Cash and Bear know they are not being asked to, they are not required in any way, shape, or form to be there for those 2 articles, nor are you guys required or being asked to be there on Tuesday for the Veterans Day watch party. If you want to be there, that's fine. But I am not requiring you guys to be there.
Oh, 2
I am
articles.
not asking you guys to be there.
I think the 2 articles will be fun.
Okay? I mean,
I can be like the captain when that's coming in with the 2 articles, and you see people are going to put stuff in the chat and whatever.
How many of you believe that having a hobby is a healthy and perfect way to express your individuality? Show of hands? Now. Well, you're wrong.
I'll talk to you guys. I'll talk to you guys off stream as far as what day to record it.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to join, but you don't have to join. Just like Tuesday, you don't have to join.
Oh,
It's an option if you do, but
yeah, I don't know about Tuesday. We have to see how things are going, but yeah, that one I'd love to. Obviously,
all right.
You know me; I like to be a problem.
I know that.
Mm-hmm.
But like I've told you guys before, you are never obligated to be on Pop Talk. Not a requirement. Don't have to be here. Got something coming up, do it. Something coming up with the family, take care of the family first.
Hey, I'm paid 2 cents a month. I'm going to give 3 cents a month. Go get you. Work that hard. So I'm, you're a 2-penny man will work like a 3-penny man.
But again, that's what it's coming up on the channel. No, for those who might be listening and lurking, no, I'm not stopping content creation when I take the break. I just need that week and a few days just to decompress as far as the YouTube side of things are, the Rumble side of things are concerned.
Oh, by the way, Cash Money just DM'd me about what you were saying about not showing up or showing up if you want. That was the answer he gave me.
Yeah.
But everybody, thank you for your support of the channel. Really appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you guys and gals on Tuesday for Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima. And until next time, make sure you're subscribed to Cash Money 77. You're subscribed to Baron Orman Tag. Their links are in the description below. And of course, remember you can find Cash Money at Phantom Hooligans and Baron Orman Tag at Baron Orman Tag's Phantom Legacy. And until next time, everybody, remember 2 things. I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. And don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Take care.
Autobots, transform and roll out!